Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors Tuesday, February 26th meeting. We will begin the meeting with a flag salute led by Supervisor Whiting.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you please read the statement of meeting procedures?
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, February 26, 2013. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. When you speak, clearly state your name and address for the record. All items on the agenda will be open for the public to address before final action is taken. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker, which will be monitored by a timer on the podium. If there is a person speaking on behalf of a group with no other testimony from another member of the group, please identify yourself as such, and your time may be extended at the pleasure of the board. Keep in mind that the chairman has the discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. It is requested that all pagers and cell phones be either turned off or put in the silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you, Ann. This is a time for public comment. Is there anyone here that wishes to address the board on any item that is not on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to the supervisor committee reports. Supervisor Durant.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I do have a brief report on the status of the Auburn's consideration of the regional sewer project that occurred approximately 2 weeks ago while everybody was back in Washington, D.C. Myself and several members, Bill Zimmerman and his crew, and Holly Heinzen went up to the Auburn City Council meeting and made some comments. I basically recounted the journey that we've had over the last several years, both with me and without me, in struggling with putting this regional sewer project together. I recounted my own personal reasons why I was in favor of going for a regional solution to wastewater. We offered $7 million to assist Auburn with their portion of the infrastructure for the project. And we also considered that money would not be a lump sum, that would go in over the period of a couple of years. And that was the sum of my particular comments. The Auburn Council had a pretty robust discussion about regional, and at the end of the day, they did take a vote to move forward with consideration of the project, but they did have a couple of things that they wanted us to consider. Number one would be a contribution that would keep rates stable over time for Auburn. Number two, the creation of a fund to include proceeds from the Middle Fork project. Number three is a joint powers authority type governance structure with a strong role for Auburn. And then finally, number four would be an environmental impact report to cover all the necessary mitigations of the particular project. So in sum, Auburn is considering moving forward along those parameters, and right now our staff people in the city of Lincoln are taking a look at the bigger pictures and other questions that each one of these four requests and considerations entails. So,
I'm not sure if you're aware that they took action last night, and there was a 3-2 vote to move forward, and they formally articulated their deal points.
Yeah.
So they'll be coming to the county and to Lincoln.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you. Supervisor Montgomery.
Thank you. Yes, and this year I have the honor to serve as the chair of the Placer County Air Pollution Control District. And at our meeting last week, though it seems like a lot longer ago than that somehow, we did take some action relating to above-ground gasoline tanks and some new rules that were required by ARB and the EPA. Most of those above-ground tanks are required to be painted with a highly reflective white paint. However, our Air Pollution Control District staff and director did craft an exemption to that regulation that would exempt the tanks here on Blocker Drive near the train station, which have the murals, the endurance murals, so that those with the final blessing of ARB and EPA, should be exempt from that. We're very hopeful. They've already reviewed the exemption and thought that it met all their standards and requirements. Those tanks and those murals are pretty near and dear to a lot of folks in the Auburn area, and we wanted to make sure that while we were meeting the guidelines as required on the above-ground tanks, that those could continue to have those murals. And I believe that ultimately that will be a success story. So I'm just very pleased to report that. And that's really it. Thank you.
Any other committee reports? Seeing none, we will move to the consent agenda. Are there any items that any board members wishes to be pulled off the consent agenda for a discussion? Hearing none, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to have a consent agenda item pulled off for discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Duran?
Yes.
Wygant? Montgomery?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes. Thank you. We will move into our first department item from the Auditor Controller, Countywide Audit Services. Mr. Sisk presenting.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, members of the board. Andy Sisk, your County Auditor Controller. I'm here before you today to ask you for two items. One would be a budget revision to include 3 additional major programs that the external auditors are required to test in accordance with the Single Audit Act. The reason that there's an increase in scope there, when the firm originally bid on the RFP, they had proposed 4 major programs. Subsequent to that, as we all know, ARA was passed by the federal government, which then triggered more federal compliance work. The good news with all this extra compliance work, if there is good news, it's all fully reimbursed by the federal government, so there's no net cost there. And then the second item there is to exercise the final option year for this audit contract. We had discussions with the audit committee at our last meeting. They did recommend going forward, exercising that last option year with Macias, Genie, and O'Connell. After this option year is exercised and we get through the 1213 audit, which occurs subsequent to fiscal year end, we will then be going back out to bid for audit services. With that, I'd open it up to any questions the board may have, and hope that you'll approve items 1 and 2.
Supervisor Duran?
Oh, I'm sorry. My light's on.
Okay. It's still on. There you go. Anyone else have any questions? Anyone in the audience wish to address this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for approval. It's moved and seconded to approve the countywide audit services. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Duran? Yes. Wygant?
Yes.
Montgomery?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now we move to the Board of Supervisors for the minutes of January 22nd. Supervisor Duran was absent.
Move approval.
Moved and seconded to approve the minutes of January 22nd, 2013. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. One abstention. Thank you. Facility Services, Health and Human Services Lease Agreement and Amendments for 1000 Sunset Boulevard in Rockland. Mr. Rideout.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mark Rideout, Facility Services. Excited to be here today with a series of actions that will consolidate our health and human services occupancy in Rockland. I'll read through the action requested. This would approve the relocation of health and human services, the children's system of care, the women's, infants, and children's program, and public health nursing to 1000 Sunset in Rockland. That's pursuant to a new lease agreement. And through this action, we also want to amend the 4 existing leases in that building, which is between the County of Placer and Sunset Commercial Center, LLC. And these are for the existing programs at 1000 Sunset. All of this results in significant rent savings to the county over the next 15-year lease term. The first action to accomplish that is to authorize the director to complete negotiations for the new lease agreement and the amendments. And then there are material terms in your package. To implement that, we need your board to adopt a resolution which authorizes our director to execute the lease agreement and amendments following approval of County Council and Risk Management, and then to carry out various provisions and responsibilities in the lease agreement, including tenant improvement, totaling $845,000. Budget revisions, there's a rather complicated financial package associated with this. There are various staff in the building that can answer questions if you have about the financial actions associated with this item, but there are two budget revisions, one which would create a new capital project for the WEX expansion, which is 4906. That's $550,000 for budgeted net county cost. And the second would be to reappropriate $1.2 million from miscellaneous projects fund and HHS. Anyway, we're really very excited because this is going to consolidate compatible programs in this building. We've looked at the occupancies in Roseville, realized that since 1993 we've been leasing space at Conroy for the WIC, CSOC, and public health nursing programs. It's overcrowded space, and when we moved into Sunset, we realized that we were only occupying a portion of that 97,000 square foot building. Through the actions that we're proposing today, the county would occupy 88,500 square feet in that building. There's no expansion of the building. We're just leasing existing space that was entitled for office and other uses. Another piece of this component is to move the children's system of care out of Kirby Hills. That's the psychiatric hospital at 101 Kirby Hills Lane in Roseville. And really what that'll do is let adult system of care expand and fully utilize the building. All of this will realize a great cost savings to the county and then consolidate the service delivery. And these are really long-term goals that HHS has had, and property management was at your board in December to talk about this, and through that action you authorized a contract with the landlord's architect. We've gone through those programming studies and determined that about 25,000 square feet is necessary for this consolidation. There were some interesting bits and pieces that associated with state programs that are coming through for an expanded employment services program and the relocation of WEX to make the CSOC space more efficient. And so there are really two pieces to this. There's amending the existing leases, which includes WEX and the tenant improvements for WEX, and then there's the CSOC and the other pieces. It was really interesting working with the landlord because by leasing the additional 25,000 square feet, they were able to make concessions that we wouldn't have realized otherwise. The existing 4 leases in the building that we're seeking to amend are going to save the county $3.1 million over the next 15 years. And we're really very pleased with that, as are the departments. And similarly, the HHS programs that are relocating are very happy with this new consolidated service delivery model and the rental savings, because it actually worked out that when the programs moved from Conroy and Kirby, we're gaining 3,500 square feet over what they have currently at a $50,000 a month rent savings. So all of these things combine to be a very favorable opportunity for the county that we recommend. And I just might add that one of the actions today that we're requesting is the upfront payment of the TI and other moving costs. And by paying the $1.2 million for the CSOC relocation and the $550,000 for the WEX relocation, by paying that up front and not having the long-term interest expense, we're going to save the county about $1.6 million. So there are a number of really fiscally prudent actions that this project will accomplish, as well as relocating these folks probably by the late summer if your board makes this approval today. So we have several folks in the HHS here today, as well as the county exec's office. If you have questions about the fiscal or the programmatic. So, thank you.
So all the services that we provide now at Conroy will be moving to the Sunset building?
With the exception of the clinic functions, which we're evaluating still.
Now, I know the Placer County Office of Education has bought a building in close proximity. Are some of those Office of Education programs that work with Placer County, and will they be moving from there as well, or do you know, or does anybody?
No, they won't be moving, and actually, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. All right. Great. Supervisor Montgomery.
Yes, thank you. Mark, I think the budgetary direction on this is fantastic. I do have a question about the programmatic, just for clarification purposes. For those folks who don't know where Conroy is, can you identify where that is?
Yes, it's, I'm not sure if you're very familiar, or some of the folks that are watching today, at Douglas and Sunrise, if you head south on Sunrise across from the old Roseville Hospital, there's a road that heads west, and Conroy abuts the freeway. And it's a series of small office buildings that are about 6,000 square feet in this campus landscape. And so part of the challenge that we've had there as we've leased over the years is that they're disassociated and the programs are fragmented. And what we're able to do now is move folks into a more modern office building with an open office landscape. So there'll be a better opportunity for collaboration and long-term flexibility and utilization of the space.
Thank you. And really what I was just trying to get at there is we're moving existing services in Roseville, in the Roseville area, to existing services in the Roseville area. So we're not relocating Auburn services to Roseville or any other services from up the hill to Roseville. Is that
exactly?
Correct?
And a lot of the evaluation, too, is to look at where our service population is and determine that the new location serves them as well.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
That Conroy site is just difficult to get in and out of, too. Plus, you never know if you're there yet when you keep going. I go down there quite often, so.
Yeah, and the traffic.
Services. Supervisor Duran.
No, I just wanted to add to the point that Supervisor Montgomery just made. The services that are existing at 1,000 Sunset are going to remain.
Correct.
For those that are listening, and we're just adding to the amenities of services out there, 1,000 Sunset in Rockland.
Any other board member questions? Anybody in the audience wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we will bring it back to the board for action.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 4A, Health and Human Services Lease Agreement and Amendments at 1,000 Sunset Boulevard in Rockland. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Duran? Yes. Wygant? Montgomery?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Public Works, Lake Tahoe Pollution Load Reduction Plan. Mr. Costa.
Good morning. Bob Costa, Public Works Department. Today we're asking for your approval of our Lake Tahoe Pollutant Load Reduction Plan for submittal to the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board as required by their current stormwater discharge permit. Placer County has been a permittee under the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES program, in the Tahoe Basin since 1992. We are co-permittees with El Dorado County and South Lake Tahoe. We share a single permit. That permit requires that we comply with the Regional Water Quality Control Board's Water Quality Management Plan. In 2010, the Regional Board updated their Water Quality Management Plan to include the total maximum daily load requirements, or TMDL requirements, for Lake Tahoe. Those standards establish allowable pollutant loads into the lake that are intended to reduce the pollutants of fine sediment, nitrogen, and phosphorus from contributing to a decline in the clarity of the lake. And they are set at levels that are intended to improve that over a long term. The TMDL has a 65-year implementation schedule that's divided into 5-year incremental milestones. Those 5-year incremental milestones are intended to coincide with the permit cycles for the NPDES program. Lahontan has required each permittee to prepare baseline load information and develop a strategy as to how we intend to meet those load reductions within the 5-year permit term. Placer County contracted with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and their consultants to prepare a baseline load estimate for Placer County and to describe possible strategies for our TMDL compliance. The TMDL implementation requirements were then incorporated into the 2011 NPDES permit update for the basin and its readoption in October 2012 following further negotiation of terms between the permittees and the regional board. The permit requires that we submit by March 15th of this year a plan showing how we will reduce fine sediment by 10%, phosphorus by 7%, and nitrogen by 8% over the next 5 years. The plan presented for your consideration today is Placer County's proposed pollutant load reduction plan. It's shown or begins on page 96 of your staff report. Our plan focuses on 4 primary strategies. First, that we continue the construction of water quality improvement projects as we've done in the basin since the early 1980s. The second strategy involves enhancing our roadway sweeping operations by focusing on higher efficiency equipment and more frequent sweeping of certain areas. The third strategy is we want to capture credit for private property best management practices, especially for the larger commercial and mixed-use projects and redevelopment projects. The fourth strategy would be to change our roadway sanding materials to use a cleaner, more durable sand product that will reduce the amount of fines reaching the lake. The plan provides for a flexible approach to implementing the strategies so that the efforts can be redirected as needed. We track our load reductions on an annual basis. There's a crediting program. We must demonstrate through monitoring that we deserve to keep those credits from year to year, and we must continue to earn additional credits in order to reach the milestones. As far as the cost of implementing the program, the initial 5-year permit term, we expect to spend approximately $38 million to get to that first goal. We expect that $35 million of that will be available through water quality grants, state and federal, that have traditionally funded our water quality capital improvement projects. The $3 million balance for implementing roadway operations, monitoring, conducting inspections, and implementing other NPDES permit requirements will likely have to be funded through local road and general funds. These sources have historically funded our NPDES permit implementation, though the TMDL certainly increases the future funding needs. Approval of the plan today will not increase program costs for the current fiscal year. However, future county costs are estimated at approximately $150,000 per year for the remainder of the permit term. Meeting TMDL requirements for future permit cycles will become even more challenging and more expensive as there are fewer opportunities for cost-effective load reduction actions. So subject to any questions that you might have, our recommendation is to approve the county's pollutant load reduction plan as it's been presented today.
Thank you. Supervisor Montgomery.
Bob, thank you. You know I'm obviously very much in support of this because I sat down with you and Peter and Ken and the Lahontan Board and the Tahoe Conservancy and our partners at El Dorado County and our partners at South Lake Tahoe. I think it's important to reiterate the fact that this is actually a 3-jurisdictional permit. And so to get to an agreement that everybody is in largely general consensus that we'll have good outcomes, we can afford to do. There is an adaptive management plan in place that says, gosh, we thought that would work, but it doesn't. Let's do something else. And the allowance to be able to do that involved a lot of meetings because the initial proposal was really, frankly, I think a lot more speculative in terms of real measurable outcomes. And so I really want to thank the three of you because your information and data and suggestions that you brought to those meetings, which could have been very, very contentious and weren't, was really invaluable. So I'm really pleased with this. I think it's also important to note, however, as the staff report details, 5 years from now we're going to have a new permit, and a lot of this sort of low-hanging fruit, which isn't that low-hanging, frankly, is going to be gone. And what's going to be really necessary within that next 5-year permit, probably, certainly the one after, is private property best management practices in the Placer County, El Dorado County, and City of South Lake Tahoe jurisdictions, which is going to be tough to do and very unpopular, because we are going to be requiring private property owners to step up and do those best management practices that they need to do for lake clarity. But without lecturing and getting too far ahead of ourselves, thank you, really, for everything. It was a process that went very, very well, a lot better than I hoped and expected, and it's really to your credit, the three of you, so thank you.
Any other board comments? Anyone in the audience wish to address this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Public Works Lake Tahoe Pollutant Load Reduction Plan. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
That concludes the department head item of our meeting. We will be coming back at 10 o'clock for our county priorities and challenges workshop. At this time, we will go into closed session.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to take up those items on page 3 of the agenda. Item 6, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation, exclusive resorts, and Angela Taylor versus County of Placer.
Hey, how am I doing? Okay, what's that one? Alrighty, we're back from closed session. We'll call this meeting to order again, and we'll have a report out for closed session. County Council.
The board has returned from closed session where they discussed the items listed on the agenda. In the exclusive resorts existing litigation, the board heard a report from counsel and gave direction to counsel. In the Angela Taylor versus County of Placer, the board heard a report on the successful conclusion of that litigation with a dismissal by the plaintiff with prejudice. That concludes this closed session report.
Thank you, Mr. Cardin. We're now going to go into our timed item for county priorities and challenges. I want to put out that we will have each department come forward. If there's anyone in the public that wishes to address an item on one of the departments, we'll allow you to do that for 3 minutes after that particular discussion is taken place. So if that's okay with my board, we'll move forward. Mr. Graham Knauss.
Good morning. I'm Graham Knauss from the CEO's office, and I have the good fortune of opening up this priorities workshop here this morning. You're going to hear a lot of discussion related to priorities and challenges from each of the departments. And since this is a little different than what we've done over the past several years, I wanted to chat a little bit about what the intent is related to this workshop, and then talk a bit about what we're actually going to do in terms of moving through the agenda. This is about facilitating, or the intent is about facilitating an open dialogue with departments, with your board, and with the public. And really, it's a part of the continuing early stages of priority-based budgeting, where we're focusing on greater communication and transparency. If you recall, last fall, we put out this budget at a glance pamphlet, which was intended to communicate what it is that we do in the county in a way that's more translatable to the public, and that's a lot of what we'll be doing here today and moving forward over the coming weeks. So really what this does is create a foundation for March discussions that will occur that are related to the budget, both for the current 2013-14 budget and looking ahead over the course of the next few years, and really answering the question, what is the most reasonable balance between the resources that we anticipate over the next few years and the priorities of your board to ensure a sustainable countywide operation. So what we're actually going to be doing today is focusing on priorities and challenges. We'll be going through the presentation by each department, and these have been structured to be priorities that are considered above the line, which is that they are assumed within the framework of the department's base budget and operations related to funding and staffing, and those priorities and challenges that are below the line, which means they are outside the framework of the department operations and funding. Packets will be available in the rear of the chambers. For those that are watching, you'll see a slide 1 that will have fiscal and staffing context for each department. We'll not be presenting those, and then at the end of the workshop, we will be posting the full packet online, along with a defined program purpose in each department, so the public knows what it is that we do in each department and what are the level of resources that are provided in order to accomplish that. Also following the workshop, CEO staff will begin meeting with departments for our annual department budget meetings to work through the details related to the budgets and as part of the vetting process related to the supplemental requests that are there. So this morning we will begin with the CEO and board priorities, and then we'll step aside and allow departments to have that direct engagement with your board. Throughout this workshop, both department and CEO staff will be available for any questions or discussion. And with that, I will move it over to the first slide and pause for just a moment in case the board has any thoughts or questions before we kick off.
About the intent and the purpose of the workshop? No, well stated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Holly.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Is that coming through? Yeah. So this kicks off our fiscal year 13-14 budget year, and we think that it provides a good platform for all of the departments moving forward, ourselves included as a CEO Board of Supervisors department. So as I make this presentation, I'm not only identifying some key priorities in the county, but also some of the work efforts and priorities within the County Executive Office, Board of Supervisors, and what we see as our priorities and challenges, which are somewhat one and the same, that we'll be undertaking over this next year. Some of these priorities are, I'm going to have you flick that. Some of these priorities are really ongoing, and they've been identified either through prior board direction, through discussions with individual board members. Many of them are ongoing, and some of them are new initiatives. What we've tried to do is capture our primary objectives within 3 key areas and 3 key initiatives that have been identified by our county executive officer as priorities for our office. At any time, I'd want you to jump in and say, what about this? Or I really think we need to be focused in another area. And certainly, now's our chance to do that. Obviously, you can at any time, but it's a good opportunity as really department heads for CEO, Board of Supervisors to have this discussion and weigh in. Graham talked a little bit about priority-based budgeting. That's not a new initiative, but we are looking at this as a 3-phased approach. Initially, we're looking at this communication tool. Graham talked about the trifold. We're looking at upping our communication efforts not only with the community, but with other stakeholders so that our budget is clear in terms of priorities and how we are aligning our resources with those priorities. Part of that effort comes with our Criminal Justice Master Plan. As you know, we are working with our stakeholders, our entire criminal justice system, including the courts, the sheriff, the DA, probation, to develop a comprehensive approach, data-based approach that measures results and how we move forward on some long-range planning issues relative to how we approach criminal justice issues in the county. We'll be evaluating the capacity of the system, the efficiencies in the system, and with David Bennett, our consultant, moving forward so that the board has some data upon which to evaluate some of the long-range planning needs of the county and where they want to dedicate resources over time. A third area under financial and operational stability of the county is our Middle Fork project policies and strategy. As PCWA and the Middle Fork Finance Authority start finalizing the Middle Fork relicensing and our power purchase agreements, we're able to better define our anticipated revenues. And working with the Treasurer Tax Collector, our Finance Committee, as well as some of our outside consultants and economists, we are defining basically what we see as that revenue stream, the extent to which that it has ongoing capacity to support projects and programs. So with that, we'll be developed a series of recommendations for your board to consider how we develop a revenue stabilization approach so that you can decide, do we want to bond these revenues for
given infrastructure projects? Do we want to move forward and support certain types of operations? Are there other elements that need to be considered over time? We would anticipate coming back to your board this summer as part of the final budget in terms of how we would develop that strategy, or our recommendations for that strategy, I should say. A third area, or fourth area, that I think is going to be very important for us, and has been over the last several years, is our regional sewer project. And as far as we've come, there's still a lot to do in that area. We will be coordinating with facility services and other stakeholders on implementing the project and refining and defining what our financing plan is based on what the ultimate project costs are and what our what revenues we have available to support that. As most of you know, we continue to work with the cities to identify who the partners are. Lincoln and Facility Services, as well as County Council, are continuing to work on draft agreements for implementation, and the project's out for environmental review right now. So there are still unanswered questions. As those questions are answered and the parameters of the project and the cost of the project are better defined, we will be finalizing the financing plan. We see that as having not only short-term implications for the county, but long-term implications, because this is not a short-term project. This is a 30, 40, 50-year project. With respect to the West Placer Fire Initiative, that is something that's new this year, and through our OES division, we will be working with the various fire districts, 15 in total, to identify and assess where there are opportunities to share services, maximize those resources, and ensure that not only our own county fire operations that are led by your board, but those that are under independent boards have opportunities to share resources as may be available, and working with LAFCO to do a municipal services review so we can really assess service delivery, any gaps in service, and what the financing needs are in a more comprehensive manner.
Chairman Holmes?
The second area, yes.
Before you move off the financial and operational sustainability, just a couple of very quick questions. The criminal justice master plan and some of those other discussions, do they include Burton Creek?
You know, it will be part of that discussion. I mean, I think it is part of the criminal justice system. I don't know that it will be a focus, but certainly it is an element of the criminal justice system that will need to be addressed in terms of process and capacity and so on. So I would also see it being addressed as part of our infrastructure planning effort. Mm-hmm. So I think in both of those areas, Burton Creek will be addressed from different perspectives.
Okay. And then on the West Placer Fire Initiative, it's been recently brought to our attention that the CHP station in Gold Run at some point in the foreseeable future will be being moved, relocated. Mm-hmm. And there was some discussion about maybe trying to identify a project that could support co-locating facilities of CHP, County Fire, and potentially CAL FIRE up in that mid-elevation area. And I just wanted to make sure that's at least touched upon in your discussions moving forward. And
very good. Actually, we're developing the scope of work for that effort, so including that I think will be significant, and I wasn't aware of that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
The second overarching priority is employee engagement, and I just want to kind of outline the premise here. Our premise here is this is one of our existing resources. Employees are our most, they're a clear priority resource for the county. And the premise here is that there's a direct relationship between employee engagement and employee motivation, productivity, satisfaction, and retention. So for us to foster and harness the efforts of our employees is incredibly important in terms of maintaining and enhancing our service levels. The extent to which employees feel passionate and are happy with their work and are committed to the organization, they put more discretionary effort into their work. And we think that just moving forward with a plan to harness that resource and enhance that resource is incredibly important, not only to the county executive office and the board, but I think as an overall employee group. You know, we're in the very preliminary stages of developing a group to move forward on a plan for engagement. We've met with several departments and the larger departments to at least get a game plan and an outline of where we want to go. We do think there are resources that we'll need to dedicate to this, but we think it actually has huge potential in terms of how we grow our resources in the county. As we look at declining budgets and our really limited ability to replace and increase any staffing levels, it's really making the most efficient use and maximizing what our existing employees bring to the table. So we think it's an important investment for us as a county. Included in that employee engagement piece is succession planning. And we've had some discussions about succession planning with your board. Over the last 6 months, we've been working individually with departments and with the personnel department to further a succession plan for all of our county departments. I think you've heard this before, but let me say it again. You know, about 60% of our employees are eligible to retire. And when I say eligible to retire, that doesn't mean they're all going to retire tomorrow. What it means is they are age eligible. So for us, it's really evaluating and assessing the workforce in each of our county departments with the county department heads to make sure that we're developing a bench so that as people retire, we have a plan for business continuity and for hiring behind key positions. This is an effort led through the personnel department. Our analysts are very much engaged, and we think it's part of this employee engagement piece that's going to be critical as the board and the county moves forward in developing our resources. Finally, I just wanted to talk a little bit about economic development and growth planning. That's the third key initiative. This isn't about necessarily maximizing where we are now, but how do we grow how do we grow our resources? How do we grow our economic foundation? As most of you know, real estate developers and development interests are contacting us and have a keen interest in moving forward on their projects, both specific plans as well as existing specific plans as well as new specific plans. Part of the effort in our office, and certainly the board, will be hearing about our service level studies and financing studies that are going to be key over the next several years as economics conditions change. So you'll be hearing more about that. We'll be back to the board into March, beginning of April, to have some of those discussions. And then finally, the infrastructure planning effort, which is a comprehensive evaluation of infrastructure needs and a process for developing priorities of our infrastructure across many county departments, which would include roads, facilities, sewer, and so on. So we would be back to your board actually fairly soon, and I believe it will be March 26th, for an initial discussion and review by your board, and we'll be seeing how we implement and finance that over the next fiscal year. So I touched very briefly on many of those issues. As you can tell, they're integrated. Each of those are part of a whole in that they have many cross pieces and supporting pieces in these three areas. If there's anything that you see that is missing or fits better under one of those areas, certainly we would want to hear that. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions or comments.
Questions, comments from board members? I think we've got quite a bit on our plate already. I don't know if we want to throw anything else.
You're not going to add? Thank you very much.
Supervisor McCombs.
Actually, before you leave, Holly, on the supplemental requests, if you could go back to the one slide, just touching briefly on that. These are identified as potential new costs. Do we have estimates on what we think those would be, and have we identified a funding source to cover those new costs?
So let me tell you on these supplemental requests. We basically receive supplemental requests from all the operating divisions within the county executive office. As we move forward on the county budget, we start evaluating those requests just as we do all other requests in the county. And so these requests we haven't yet evaluated. Some of these, as budget analysts, we would be looking at how we might direct other resources to these. So I think ultimately in the county budget, you will see how that plays out or how they prioritize against other requests.
Okay, and
So-
don't feel picked on, because I'm going to ask everyone
Oh, no,
that
no,
same
that's
question
fine.
about where are these dollars coming from if they're new dollars?
If they're new dollars, right. And you know, frankly, just from the bigger budget perspective, there are many more supplemental requests than we will have dollars for. So part of these, what are you guys shocked? So part of the process is meeting with departments actually beginning tomorrow and identifying the information we need to evaluate those requests, having the departments connect them with their key priorities.
That's great, and I would encourage all the department heads to have those same discussions with us one-on-one so that when these supplemental requests do come forward as part of the budget process, we already have an understanding of where the expectation of those dollars will come from. Thank
Very
you.
good. Thank you.
All righty. Next on the list is Administration and Financial System appointed? No, Administration and Financial System elected. Yes, there we are.
Well, good morning, Chairman Holmes, members of the board, David and Jerry, Kristen Spears, County Assessor. I appreciate the opportunity to come in today and talk to you about the Assessor's Office priorities and some of the challenges that we face. In the Assessor's Office, it is our priority and responsibility to administer the California property tax system consistent with the Constitution, the State Revenue and Taxation Code, property tax rules, throw in a little new legislation, a few court cases, and then we apply all of that to the 172,000 taxable parcels in the county. It is an interesting job. Last year, the result was a $51 billion net assessment roll that funds key government services. The roll was delivered through the efforts of assessor staff completing thousands and thousands of assessment activities. Each of the assessable events that are tracked through our system and accounted for in each division's production reports are one of many, but individually they are important events for property owners in the county. An important priority for us is that we answer public questions related to our complicated property system responsively and clearly. We are mindful that the single phone call that the public makes to our office or the visit to our website forms their impression of the assessor's office and Placer County as a whole. Over the past few years, as you might imagine, our workload has shifted. Back in 2006, that seems like a long time ago, just to look at a few types of assessment events, we had a few hundred assessment appeals and a few thousand Prop 8 events that required annual maintenance. Now we have over 2,700 unresolved assessment appeals and over 80,000 Prop 8 properties that each require annual review and adjustment for many years to come. These are record-breaking numbers for the county. The assessor's office has never dealt with this volume of work. The good news is that back in 2006, we did have some declines in our workload. As development slowed in the county, we had some areas of work that were reduced. We shifted staff from working on mapping splits, tax estimates, and appraising new construction events, and retrained them to help process foreclosure documents, develop and maintain the mass appraisal program that actually handles those 80,000 Prop 8 properties. And we resolved thousands of assessment appeals through this shifting of staff. In addition to the staffing changes, we reviewed each work process to maximize efficiency, often through developing and integrating computer systems and software that created work efficiencies. This strategy was successful in that our overall filled position count remained stable, and we managed to accomplish mandated responsibilities. That's the good news. However, as the economy stabilizes and the real estate market recovers, the assessor's office faces an even more formidable challenge. New construction permit activity throughout the county has increased 14% from the low in 2009 to 2012. And if I had a graph, I could show you that's a spike for 2012. Property transfer documents that we processed in our office increased by 32% from 2011 to 2012. You can probably tell where this story is going. We need to start filling the staff back in the areas where we had work declines. We still, though, have the 80,000 new Prop 8 events, if you will. We will have increased volume in real property transfers and assessment appeal filings. Historically, we know that they will increase as Prop 8 values are adjusted upward. Because of the sharp angle of the decline in values, many of the Prop 8 properties will take years to recover and will require this annual maintenance. It is an ongoing and mandated workload challenge that can be met with commitment and appropriate staffing. Back in 2001, we had 81 filled positions. Today, we have 75 filled positions. We are funded at 76 positions. In recognition of our increasing workload, we appreciate that we have been running with a small margin between our filled and funded positions, the 75 versus the 76. For this year's budget, it has proven challenging to absorb additional benefit costs. This issue was compounded for the assessor's office in particular when LA County lost a court case related to property tax administration fees as they were allocated between the city and the county. This court case affected Placer County's allocation methodology, and the revenue allocation that went to the assessor's office was significantly reduced. With the combined circumstances, this has proven to be a very challenging budget to initially put together. We have requested supplemental funds in our budget to maintain the current 76 funded positions. Given the assessment workload anticipated next year, this would still be a very conservative staffing level to administer an equitable assessment program. I thank you for your attention. I hope my brief overview of the assessor's office priority and challenges proves to be helpful.
Well done. Any questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you, Kristen.
Thank
Is
you.
there anybody in the audience that wants to ask a question regarding the assessor's office? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Sist, Auditor Controller.
Andy Sisk, County Auditor Controller. First thing I'd like to do is thank a couple people that are sitting right behind me. I couldn't do all this budget work and all this succession planning work without the help of my assistant, Nicole Howard, and my admin and fiscal operations manager, Sandy Bazo. So first, thanks to them for making this happen today. I just get the privilege of getting up here and talking about all this fun stuff. As you look at the Auditor Controller's Department, you look at all of our priorities that we've listed there, there's really one overarching priority, and it's a common thread, and that's customer service. And that's really what our department is really doing, is customer service. And I think the last time I left you with this analogy of a baseball team with many holes to fill, and I'm happy to tell you we had a successful off-season. We have signed 4 free agents. 3 of those free agents, we had to pay a small little signing fee to the parent company, but it's well worth it. We've re-signed one of our original picks that we made back in 2006. And last, we dipped down into the minor leagues. We reached out to Sac State, and we did get an intern that we are bringing on board. She's in her last semester at Sac State. She's pursuing a degree in accountancy, and we hope that this person will stick with us and will add value to the Auditor Controller's office. And last, we have moved people into different positions because in our office, we can move people within certain divisions, and we're doing that playing to people's strengths. All of this is in an effort to better prepare us with all the succession planning efforts that are going on and preparing for that time when those people do retire, because we know that they will retire, and so we're building that bench strength, and we feel a lot better today than we did the last time that I spoke to you. The last priorities that we have there really deal with automation and becoming more paperless, and as I've mentioned before, as an auditor controller, we like paper. I mean, my staff knows I love paper, and I need to do away with paper. But to become automated, it takes teamwork, it takes collaboration. I can tell you in our office, I know I talk a lot about our payroll application, but I'm going to focus a little bit on our accounting application pass, because in that application, we have made over 12 improvements to automate a lot of the processes countywide that really improve efficiencies out in the county departments. One, we're now doing a new midday batch to bring in these large accounting interfaces midday. So we're bringing the accounting system down for a few minutes so we can bring those interfaces in instead of waiting until the end of the day to do them all at once. So now we're doing that twice a day. And probably the bigger thing is what we're doing now with our special districts. In the past, we used to print out all of these reports on a monthly basis and mail them out to special districts. Now we're emailing them. So we're saving paper costs, we're saving postage costs, and of course they're getting their information more quickly. All of this, I want to give a lot of credit to my financial accounting and reporting manager, Lynn Yoshida. She has just been instrumental in making a lot of these internal processes happen. Last, I'll end it with Acorn, because I love to talk about Acorn. Again, we're trying to continue to move in this direction to become more paperless. The first endeavor we're trying to embark on is direct deposit. And you would think going down a path of direct deposit and requiring everybody to be on direct deposit, getting rid of those remittance advices is an easy task, but it's not easy. Something that simple takes, again, teamwork and collaboration with a lot of different departments. And now that I am a department head, I've been a department head now about a year. As the assistant, I don't think you realize the talent that we have in this county, and I'm just blessed to work with so many talented department heads. In particular, I really want to give special thanks to Nancy Nittler, Jerry Gamez, Janine Windishausen, and Jerry Carden, who's just been great. With that, I'd open up to any questions that you might have, and I know I didn't address a supplemental question, but I'm sure Jennifer's going to ask about that.
So what about your audit committee members? Are they doing okay?
Oh, they're great, fabulous, A+.
All right. Supervisor McCormick.
Thank you. Yes, and I will ask, on the check printing software, will there be offsets in costs or savings as compared with the existing system we have that will help offset those new dollars?
No, unfortunately not. It's a Windows 7 compatibility issue where we'll be out of compliance in September 2014 with the vendor. We'll have no support, and obviously, as you probably can imagine, it's critical for the auditor controller to be able to print warrants on a daily basis. We don't have extra funding for this. It'll probably have to come from the general fund unless, I can work some magic and find some other line items that I could probably tighten a little bit more in our departmental submitted budget.
Okay, and then I know that the dissolution of the RDAs has been a huge additional burden to your department. What's your expectation for that workload moving forward?
My expectation is I keep thinking it's going to go down, but what I keep hearing, and is what the Department of Finance is doing behind the scenes. I am hearing now that certain auditor controllers are now being sued by a lot of cities. Knock on wood, I have not been sued yet, so that's where I want to stay. But the work should be dwindling down. As you know, Jennifer, we're getting to that point where we're stabilizing the ROPS. We're getting through all these due diligence reviews. We think we've overcome the biggest piece, and we've incurred the most cost to date through then, but I think going forward, we would expect those costs to go down, and that's what we put in our budget this year, that those fees getting reimbursed from the state will go down.
Okay, and then on the automation and reduction question, aside from the direct e-deposits, have we considered, and I don't know if this is appropriate for your department, but have we considered, instead of having the paper printout for every employee that shows their paycheck stub, even when, as in my case, I have direct deposit, just an electronic version of that?
We are pursuing that, and that's a project that we're working on right now. So that way, what we want to do is eliminate printing out those remittance advices,
Yes.
and then having those where the employee would go in via self-service and be able to pull up their paycheck via PDF.
Okay.
And that's where we're going. But again, to work out the logistics, we got to make sure everybody can access a computer system somewhere to be able to get their PDF paycheck when they need it.
Right. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Zisk? Anyone in the audience have any questions for Mr. Zisk? Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to County Clerk Recorder. Ms. Boots will give the presentation.
Gloria Coots on behalf of the Clerk Recorder Elections. Mr. McCauley is in another meeting, and so he asked if I would present this to your board today. Our priorities are really in two very distinct areas. On the Clerk Recorder side, it's to process all the many documents related to, particularly to land transactions, and we had a big increase, like the other departments associated with land operations. In 2011, we recorded 105,000, just over that number of documents. For 2012, we recorded just over 140,000, so very significant increase. In addition, on the clerk side, we issue copies of documents, whether they be vital records or copies of deeds to the public and so forth. And we had over 50,000 certified copies that were issued during 2012. Again, fairly significant operational impacts, but very consistent, typically flow rather smoothly throughout the year. By contrast, on the election side of the Clerk Recorder Elections Office, obviously everything revolves around the big elections and then any special elections that are called as well. For the upcoming fiscal year, that would be 13-14, the big election will be the June statewide gubernatorial primary election, and that is included within the base budget, as is the recorder and clerk's functions as well. The significant revenue impacts of a June primary election are that we don't have a November primary election in the upcoming fiscal year, and as a result, we don't have billings to special districts and cities because they don't have primaries. Everybody runs in the fall. So every other year, we lose approximately $750,000 to as much as $1 million worth of revenue. Fortunately, the majority of this was recovered in our case, assessment, some very modest adjustments in the estimated revenues for next year in the transfer tax and in recording fees, which offset approximately half that $750,000 one-time, every other year reduction. We have included the operational impacts that for the June primary and for the clerk recorder staffing, all within our requested budget, which is just slightly below the base budget target that was set by the County Executive Office. A couple of items that we would like to point out, however. We're in the assessment process with directives from the Secretary of State regarding multiple language information and ballot requirements. We are not a threshold county under federal law, even after the last census, relative to language requirements for other languages other than English. However, the Secretary of State has broadened that interpretation of what would be required and is directing counties to add additional languages, in our case, potentially 2 additional languages, at least in certain precincts, those being Spanish and Tagalog, I believe is the correct pronunciation. This is being worked out and developed, but it could potentially involve not only multiple language ballots, but multiple language sample ballot information and poll information. In other words, information provided at the polls to voters. And Mr. Cardin might have some thoughts on this, but this is an evolving area that, again, perhaps involves state versus federal law or state regulation versus federal law. And the counties are in the position that we have to carry out something even that is going to be costly, potentially, without, at this point, the certainty of whether the increase would be funded, and 2, whether it's actually something that we're required to do. We have included funding, an estimated 15% for increased costs within the base budget for potential for language. If it ends up that we don't need this, we would have some savings potentially. But we didn't think that would be prudent to assume that we will prevail in this area. Another area that potentially a large capital expenditure would be looking at more automated processing for incoming vote-by-mail ballots. Vote-by-mail grows every election. I believe it was around 60-some% in the last major election. That's a lot of ballots being mailed in, and they come in over a fairly short period of time. And we need to look at ways of sorting those ballots by precinct. They're currently sorted by hand, and opening them once they've passed, and even potentially looking at automated pop-ups that would tell us, do the signature matching, which is also done manually at this time. You may not be aware of it, but vote-by-mail ballots require a 100% signature verification, and that, just think about it, is an intensely labor-intensive process at present. Large mail processing, scanning type of equipment not only takes up a lot of floor space, it's also very expensive, and we would not be recommending general fund resources per se, but we would hopefully be able to persuade the state or federal government with some of their remaining HAVA money to fund this. A few counties have been successful at doing this, and that would be what we will be pursuing in the upcoming year. And lastly, I'd like to mention two items that are really ongoing. One is filling of positions that have been budgeted for. We do have the approved, and our budget includes funding for 56 out of the 65 positions. We're at 48 currently. We lost 2 more people to retirements and transfers. So we have a plan. We're coming back with personnel and the CEO to fill these, including both training and development, as well as some additional recruitments. It is important. Land development is picking up. We still have major election activities. And lastly, we'll be continuing to work on a plan with facilities in the county executive office for a warehouse for elections that could potentially be used by other county departments as well. Our elections warehouse is one of the remaining buildings that's standing out there at DeWitt, and it's not particularly safe for employees. It's also not really appropriate for very expensive voting machines. It may be secure enough, but it's not environmentally as controlled as a lot of computers really need that are stored out there. And it's not a very desirable working environment for the staff who work there regularly. So we will be continuing to explore that, potentially using some trust funds to help us make progress in this area. We think it's important both for the employees and for the expensive equipment that's there. And with that, those are the major issues for us. Again, I'd like to stress we brought this in within the base budget target, and we would expect that we'll see continued growth both in the clerk recorder side, and that the gubernatorial primary in 2014 will be a very interesting and race to the voters, and with potentially a significant number of candidates running in that election as well.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Montgomery has a question.
Gloria, thank you. Excellent presentation. Do we have an expectation on the time frame as to when we may know if we're going to add 2 additional languages?
I think it will work its way through the summer, potentially. Some counties are accepting this as just, okay, the Secretary of State has that authority and they're going to do it. We're still studying what impact it would have. Some counties believe that the language requirements, the new language requirements, would apply countywide. Others at the precinct level, depending on the voting composition in terms of languages. We're hoping that it's at the precinct level. We clearly have certain areas within the county that may have second language needs, but we don't believe that that would be the case countywide. There's a very big difference in cost, obviously, if it was countywide. Our 15% estimate was on a precinct basis.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board comments? Anyone in the audience wish to address any items for the county clerk? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Windishausen.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, county executive, and county council. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today to talk to you a little bit about the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office and things that are going on. I kind of have a tough act to follow with Andy and his baseball analogy and Kristen, but I do want to say that I just feel so fortunate to work with such hardworking, dedicated, and congenial colleagues in the assessor's office with Andy and with Kristen in the assessor's office and Andy in the auditor's office. It makes the job a lot easier. Because what we do in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office is so oriented towards facts and figures, that's why I passed out the handout. Most of you are aware that through the Treasury we're providing banking services to the county, to all the school districts, and to a number of special districts. And on the tax collector side, of course, everybody's favorite job, taking money. And then also in some other duties related to business licenses and bond administration. Over the years, and even before the economic downturn, the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office has taken measures to institute technology to bring down costs associated with staffing and also to slow the need for future staff increases. I've noted two of those technologies are interactive voice system for the telephone and also a remittance processing machine that was implemented in 2003, and then in 2011 we had an upgrade to that process. Those technologies have they immediately and directly resulted in the elimination of temporary employees over time and greatly reduced the need for extra help employees during our peak workload process. Nonetheless, as you heard from the assessor and the auditor, the workload has increased over that time. Everything that starts out in the assessor's office ends in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office with some kind of an adjustment to a property tax bill, and then the auditor is involved in between. So the things that they spoke to and the issues that they identified affect us as well. If it were not for the technology implementation that we've had, I don't think that we could really, quite frankly, function at a satisfactory level with the staffing reductions that we've had. The current year we are allocated at 26 positions but only funded at 22 positions. The last time that we were allocated and funded at 22 positions was in the 89-90 year. So that has really taken its toll in terms of morale in the office and also staff retention most recently. Before that, our staff retention was very, very high. Used to be the one with the shortest tenure in the office had 13 years. So combined with some retirements, it has had some effect on staff retention. It is, however, a strong testament to the commitment that the employees in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office put in on a daily basis to deliver the services and provide all of the accounting activity and treasury and tax collection. We continue to maintain the highest level of commitment to taxpayers for service and also an ongoing commitment, as always, to efficiency. So that That addresses our supplemental request. Our budget is within base budget, but we are making a supplemental request related to staffing in order to really provide the types of internal controls and diligence in the processes that we need to. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any of your questions.
Supervisor Montgomery.
I just wanted a clarification on the supplemental request. I'm looking at the front page, which is one back from where you are now, and it appears to show just one. Oh, okay, that's different than what we have in our packet.
Oh, your packet may, you know what, your packet did not get corrected.
Okay.
That was an error. I'm sorry, I thought that made that through to your packet.
Yeah, it may just be me.
Yeah, it was a
That
correction.
clarifies it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, good catch. Yeah. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Anyone in the audience wish to address any issues from the Treasurer's Department?
Thank you.
Ms. Hausen? Very good. And now we will move to the Administration and Financial Systems appointed positions. Leading off is Jerry Gamez and his staff.
Good morning. It's been relatively painless so far, I'm kind of afraid.
Just put the
taking
kiss
it
of
easy
death
on those
on.
elected folks. Good morning, Chairman Holmes, members of the board, David, Jerry. Jerry Gamez, Director of Administrative Services. With me today are two members of my Administrative Services Management team, Melissa Nunnick, our Administrative and Fiscal Operations Manager, and Dieter Wittenberg, our new Telecommunications Manager. I figured there'd be safety in numbers, so I wanted to bring them along, right? Before I begin today's budget discussions, I better put my glasses on, and I would like to take a brief moment to formally introduce Dieter Wittenberg to your board. Dieter joined our team just a few short months ago, and prior to coming to Placer County, he was a senior account manager with AT&T, responsible for government sector accounts, including Placer County. His extensive knowledge of the telecommunications industry has already made a positive impact on the telecommunications program. So I want to welcome Dieter and introduce him to you as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Dieter.
With regards to our budget, the Administrative Services Department is comprised of 4 general fund and 2 internal service fund budgets. These 6 divisions are very diverse in nature, but are challenged by the same fiscal, staffing, training, and service level priorities that were considered when developing the department's fiscal year 13-14 budget. The slides being shared with you today outline the department's operational priorities by division, but more importantly, they include group photos of the men and women who play a key role in our success. Operational priorities by division in alphabetical order, beginning with the general fund divisions, include the administration division, which will continue to focus on providing quality management and administrative support to our 6 divisions, other county departments, and the public we serve. The information technology will focus their efforts on ensuring current technologies systems are appropriately maintained and continue with the implementation of the IT strategic plan initiatives approved by a board in 2011. For the coming fiscal year, these initiatives include conducting a feasibility study for the replacement of the county's performance accounting system, and again working in conjunction with the auditor's office. Migrating county users from Windows XP to Windows 7, PC replacement initiatives, and expanding training opportunities for key staff members to ensure they're equipped with the necessary knowledge and skill sets to support enterprise solutions and keep up with the ongoing changes in technology. Later this year, we also plan on rolling out the county's newly revamped website. The goal is to make the county's web pages more intuitive and user-friendly for the public and to provide a more effective search engine. During the past several months, I've had the opportunity and the privilege to work with many county departments on their website content. And I've also taken the show on the road by showcasing the project at various MAC meetings. The response to our efforts has ranged from, what will it cost, to it's about time. I want to thank our web design team and certainly the leadership of the County Executive Office for all the tireless work to date on ensuring the success of this project. The Procurement Division will be bringing a couple of items to your board later this year, including a request for approval of a new procurement card program that improves county operations and efficiencies in conducting smaller dollar transactions for purchases of goods and services. Our revenue services will continue to provide assistance during the coming fiscal year with transient occupancy tax audits and ensuring our collection efforts comply with all state and local guidelines. The Internal Service Fund divisions will continue to focus their efforts on identifying and implementing sustainable service delivery solutions. In addition, the Telecommunications Division will continue with its efforts to implement the countywide radio project, with the biggest challenge moving forward being funding. Efforts to secure funding for the construction of the remaining tower sites, the acquisition of network infrastructure and subscriber units will be our highest priority. Being a Priority 1 budget, efforts to put together a comprehensive budget began in mid-October for our department. In an effort to meet CEO-based budget guidelines, our managers once again focused on core business functions. With only one general fund division, the IT division, finding it necessary to submit 2 supplemental requests with their respective budgets. Both requests seek additional professional service funding to perform a security audit and to support peak workload periods anticipated with the deployment of new personal computers being budgeted during the coming fiscal year. The internal service budgets were also submitted per CEO-based budget guidelines, and as in previous years, the budget process has been challenging for central services and the telecommunications divisions as they continue to focus on service efficiencies and decreasing expenditures whenever possible in order to submit balance-based budgets. Similar to the IT division, this year the telecommunications division found it necessary to submit a supplemental or 2 supplemental requests to fund a vacant senior information technology analyst position in support of the countywide radio network project, and is also requesting funding to the overtime budget in the event that the request to fund the senior information technology position is not supported. On a more positive note, this past year our department has managed to decrease the number of work at class assignments from 19 down to 1. Our recruitment efforts to fill vacant funded positions have received positive support from the county executive office, but we're not out of the woods yet. With the recruitments approved to date, we unfortunately have experienced just as many retirements, transfers to other departments, and extended medical leaves. Succession planning initiatives remain a high priority for our department, and we continue to focus our efforts on hiring the most qualified and energetic individuals required to meet our business objectives. Other challenges and priorities facing the department during the coming fiscal year include providing support for any new automation initiatives that will help streamline the delivery of services to our customer departments and the public, performing a feasibility study to upgrade the county's legacy telemetry system, and continuing working with our service providers on the deployment of high-speed broadband services into unserved and underserved communities of the county. At this time, we're available to answer any questions your board might have with regards to the administrative services budget or any of the programs and services we provide.
Great. Any questions? No, you're home free. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Anyone wish to address any issues with the Administrative Services Division? Thank you. Welcome, Dieter. Now it's time to
Hear from County
hear
Council.
from the County Council. Oh, this will be interesting.
We've described our operational priorities in the usual dry style, but actually our above-the-line services are reflected in all of the presentations that are being made this morning. Just listening to the CEO's presentation, I added West Placer Fire Initiative and West Placer and Tahoe Land Use Planning to our already board initiatives such as Middle Fork Finance Authority Project, Middle Fork Project Finance Authority, the Regional Sewer Project, and the PCCP. I feel by the end of the day I might feel like I've overcommitted our budget, but I did plan on a supplemental request that was based on an expansion of our services, which seems less and less possible. But our supplemental request, well, I was just hearing that I would be discussing additional ballot language with the Secretary of State, and I don't know what else I'll hear by the end of the day. But the supplemental request we have in our budget is really linked to a position that we have in our current budget. We have a funded allocation, vacant funded allocation for an additional attorney, and we're at the point in our office where if we hire another attorney, we're going to have to hire the legal support staff to go with that attorney, because there's a balance that you have to meet, and if you're hiring an attorney and you're expecting the attorney to provide their own legal support, you're really overpaying for the legal support services. So we think it's a modest request, and it was directed toward expanding our services in a more proactive way. With our office staff, especially during those tough budget times, we've been reactive rather than proactive, and we'd like to become more proactive. There's also been increasing interest expressed by board members with providing some basic training and support services for special districts in terms of just general, the everyday kinds of things for them, like the Brown Act, conflict of interest rules, and the Public Records Act. And we'd also expand that kind of training to county management staff and key department staff. We've developed with the CEO's office kind of a mechanism for responding to Public Records Act requests that come into the board office, and it's an issue in certain areas of each department. There's also a number of state and federal initiatives that we've been involved in. We're just starting to get involved in the Affordable Care Act, and there have been additional amendments to HIPAA that require, implementation and planning, and we've been involved in that. In addition to the RDA dissolution, in which we represent the successor agency and the auditor, which have different demands, but increasing demands. Hopefully, they're going to be slowing. We've been involved in the criminal justice realignment, and I assume now in criminal justice master planning, and in pension reform issues. So, the additional staff would allow us, I think, to become more proactive in those efforts also, rather than, again, reactive. I understand that the board has a lot of priorities to balance. The only potential revenue that would be available is we could go back to offering our services to special districts, just general advisory kinds of services, rather than services that get us involved in their litigation. And we had tried that for a while. We weren't really equipped with the administrative difficulties of generating contracts and bills to get paid, but I think with our case management system, we're in a better position to do that. So that's a potential source of that revenue.
That's it?
Yep.
Wow.
I don't ask for much, but
Well, yeah, you've got a pretty big workload. We've got to keep you happy, too.
I expect a pitch from subsequent presenters.
Any comments, questions for our county council? Anyone in the audience wish to address our county council about what a great job he's doing?
Great job.
Where? Oh.
How much does one support individual and another council? How much will we cost
We need your name for the record.
Well, our supplemental request for the support staff person is about $107,000. It'd probably be approaching $200,000 for an attorney position.
So $300,000 plus.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Now we're going to the library.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Chairman Holmes, Honorable Supervisors, Mr. Bosch, Mr. Cardin. Boy, if Jerry's worried about hiring one attorney, that certainly doesn't make me feel any better. I'm Mary George, the Director of Library Services. Thank you for having me here today to tell the story of the library and for allowing me to very briefly illuminate our financial challenges and our budget requests. Library Services is about reading and learning and access to information for all citizens in Placer County from birth to death. Services are offered in 11 branch locations and to rural citizens through a bookmobile. The library also fiscally administers the Placer County Law Library. The good news is public library use is up, 500,000 people visited our libraries last year. More will visit this year to browse and check out books, DVDs, music CDs, and audiobooks, attend story times with their children, participate in summer reading events, gather research materials for homework assignments and school projects, engage in local book clubs, use library computers and Wi-Fi, apply for jobs, download ebooks, apply for county benefits, vote or drop off voter ballots, meet in the community rooms, or during this time of the year, pick up their tax forms. The public library is truly a gathering place and a resource hub for the community. Unfortunately, while demand for service is up, expenses have abruptly increased and revenues are significantly down. No one could have predicted this economic crisis would last this long or be this structural. During the sustained economic crisis, the library has been a good steward of the public funds and has provided service to Placer County constituents by shifting overhead costs into direct services, including introducing self-service models in Auburn, Granite Bay, and Rockland libraries, consolidating to one service desks in all of our libraries, unfunding position allocations and using more extra help to realize labor savings, reducing the library material budget, accepting tens of thousands of dollars in donations raised by the Friends of the Library for supplies, computers, and library materials, applying for and receiving competitive grants, recycling and repurposing furniture and supplies to remodel worn facilities, training volunteers to shelve library materials, provide one-on-one computer help, and help with library programming. Every cost efficiency has been realized, every budget category trimmed, every Friends group tapped for donations. Despite these efforts, the library has exhausted its reserves, trying to keep up with growing expenditures, and is currently at a crossroads. These structural fiscal challenges create an inability to responsibly manage succession planning and shine an unflattering spotlight on tenuous and fragile technology supports. The library will need ongoing, long-term support to maintain services, including current technologies, library hours, staffing, and collections. These funds are necessary for current services without enhancements, only to sustain and maintain service which unfortunately has fallen below an acceptable standard for a community like Placer County. Goodwin Consulting has been contracted by the CEO's office to analyze the library's fiscal challenges. Results of that study are pending. In November, your board was given a preview of the strategic planning initiatives captured by library staff from your constituents. In that study, people let us know that current and relevant library collections and extended and convenient open hours were vitally important. This spring, the library will attempt to put dollar figures to these values. Library administrative staff can't change the bottom line, but we've done our best to reduce overhead and push library services out to our citizens during an extended economic crisis when citizens need the library the most. I believe the library is a reflection of the community's values. At this crossroad, the library needs your help and guidance to determine what level of support will be reflective of and appropriate to our citizens. I look forward to more discussion, and I thank you for your time and consideration. At this time, I'd also like to say thank you to the members of the Library Advisory Board and the Friends of the Library who showed up to support the library this morning. I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you.
Good job.
At this time, I'd like to introduce Kelly Heikela, the ASO for the library. Kelly did a phenomenal job putting our budget together after only being on the job 8 weeks. Thank you, Kelly.
Supervisor Montgomery, did you have a comment?
I did have just a couple of quick questions. Mary, excellent presentation and very passionate
Thank you.
defense of the libraries. As you know, I appreciate it. What are the dollar costs associated, estimated obviously, with funding of the library services manager?
It's about $104,000.
Including the upfront OPEB?
Yes. Yes, Kelly? For 6 months. Yeah, we're asking to fund it in January of 2014.
Okay. And then How does the dissolution of the RDAs and the redistribution of those dollars play into your budget this year and then moving forward?
Doesn't help us as much as I thought it was going to. It's somewhere between $15,000, $20,000. Many of those funds are bonded, and so we're not recognizing, a tremendous amount of money from those funds at this time. We are looking at other ways to finance. We are asking for general fund support, of course, to save us and to provide some structure. But I'm working at the state level with Senator Lois Wolk, who is putting together SCA 7, which will bring down the threshold to 55% for property tax, parcel taxes, and bonds in statewide elections. So a future tax measure may be something we want to pursue.
Okay. And then on the 887 costs, if I recall correctly, the county pays some of that already, but not 100%. What's the percentage the county pays now?
The county pays, our estimated 887s for this year are $1.5 million, and the county pays all of that except for the $100,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments from board members? No?
Thank you.
And was Kelly going to come forward, or? Was there anyone from the audience that wished to talk to the board about the library? All right, thank you. Well, that's yeah. Oh, okay. That we're going to get an earful. Personnel Department. Oh, excuse me. Here we got a guy. Michael.
My name is Michael Otten, and I serve on the Library Advisory Board. And I believe in making good investments, so I invest both my hours and dollars in the library and serving the library. And one of the things that Mary didn't mention was empowerment, how libraries empower people. And I don't know if you've read about the Monsanto case, where a Midwest farmer, small farmer, well, he was empowered by going to a local rural library and reading up on how to challenge this giant agricultural firm, and that case was heard by the U.S. Supreme Court today. And so that's one way that libraries empower people, and I think by empowering the library, you empower the community in many ways you probably don't even suspect. There's people that come in, can't wait for the library to come to open up, to go in and use the restroom to shave so they can go apply for a job. They also come in to use the computers and stuff to find a job, and I think you'll do the community and yourselves well by looking at the library as your legacy for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. All right, now we'll move to personnel.
Good morning, Board. Mr. Bosch and Mr. Cardin. I'm here today on Nancy Nittler's behalf. She had an unexpected obligation that needed her attention today. Otherwise, I know she would have preferred to have been here and addressed you personally and directly. But today, we are pleased to have this opportunity, and I thank you for that. My name is Lori Walsh. I am the Assistant Personnel Director, for those of you who don't know. What I'd like to discuss before and as you consider the priorities and challenges for the Personnel Department is that we underwent an internal reorganization over this past year that we felt was assisting us in moving forward, both with our own succession planning efforts in addressing some of our own retirements and attrition, and in providing cross-training and internal development for our staff so that we could become more expedient, streamlined in addressing some of the demands and increasing workload requirements that are coming from the departments. And I know you've heard from a few of them already about some of the staffing issues and succession planning issues that they're bringing forward, but we're attempting every day to address those specifically and directly with the departments. What we anticipate in terms of challenges are some of the federal and state requirements. I know that Mr. Cardin has referred to earlier this morning particularly pension reform and PEPRA, and the Health Care Reform Affordable Care Act. We're addressing them both on behalf of the county as the employer to provide resources and support to our current employees, and in consulting applicants when it comes to pension reform and how that will affect them in their decisions to seek employment with the county. As well, we're assisting departments in regard with the health care reform efforts as support to Health and Human Services in obtaining the kind of workforce that they're going to need to meet the constituents' demands in this area. Another challenge will be the ongoing assessment of the county's human resources as the departments continue their efforts with succession planning and in identifying those key critical positions that they'll come to your board for consideration in fulfilling those workforce demands and in identifying some alternative work solutions in the form of consultant services or contracting for different kinds of services. We're very anxious to start participating and have begun so in the CEO's Office Employee Engagement Program, and we know that as one of the challenges in our upcoming year, we're looking for a new software program for our performance evaluation system, where we're going to try to be able to link throughout the organizational structure how folks see that they are engaging in meeting the goals of the whole organization. And finally, the personnel department staff will be called upon to provide assistance with labor negotiations, both in the implementation of MOUs, as with the DSA's recent agreement, as well as in collective bargaining efforts in preparation for the PPEO contract, which expires this December. I'm glad to address any questions that you may have, and would point out that we have both Karen Mayer, our senior ASO, and Ann Craig, who is here as the Personnel Services Manager and deals directly with our Benefits Internal Service Fund, if you have any questions.
Supervisor Montgomery.
As always, sorry. So, Lori, on consultant services and the technology, this is the supplemental request. What's your expectation as to a ballpark figure as what that would be?
Couple of focuses there. One is that we are looking at consultant services for maintenance of our class plan. It really is a priority of our Civil Service Commission to take a look at the classification plan as it stands and identify any particular gaps or areas where we need to pay particular attention. We know that some of those are coming forward already. We're doing a couple of different clerical studies, one for probation, one for the jail, and as we start to piecemeal those studies, we're not going to be as comprehensive in that approach. So to answer your question directly, Supervisor, and we anticipate a $25,000 commitment there.
And is the expectation that that would come from general fund, or have you identified other additional cost savings within the department or alternative revenue sources?
We're continuing to work with the CEO's office. We will be meeting with them again on Friday and would look to find those additional resources. We've also requested technology upgrades in our supplemental request. We'd like to add, or replace, I should say, replace 15 personal computers.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members? Anyone in the audience want to speak about the personnel department? Seeing none, we'll move forward. Thank you. Public Protection System, District Attorney. Morning, sir.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I want to take a moment to thank you for the opportunity to address you on our 2013-2014 preliminary budget of the Placer County District Attorney's Office. I know we're on a pretty tight time frame, and anytime you get a prosecutor up here and tell him he's got 5 minutes, you put that time frame at risk, but I think we'll be okay this morning. In the slides under operational priorities, you're going to see some projected numbers that we expect to see during the course of the upcoming fiscal year as part of the services that we provide here in Placer County. Those numbers shouldn't be real startling. I think you've seen those types of numbers before. They're approximations based upon comparisons from past years. In a nutshell, the Placer County District Attorney's Office, among its varied services, the primary one that we provide is we take a look at submissions, case submissions from every state, federal, and local law enforcement agency, and that amounts to about 11,000 to 13,000 submissions per year that we review and make filing decisions. And if we choose to file and go forward, we shepherd those cases through the criminal justice process. As I mentioned, I'm not going to go through those individually, but I do want to take special note of, if we could go to the next page, the top one there. Approximately 6,000 of our Placer County citizens will have suffered victimization as a result of this criminal conduct. That number's up significantly, and that's a projected number based upon the last 6 months. For the last few years, that number has been roughly in the neighborhood of 3,500 to 4,000. Our projections based upon the last 6 months is that number this year is going to go up to 6,000. That's a 50% increase. It's too early to identify the reasons for that or if that projection is going to hold, but it's certainly something that we're taking note of as a district attorney's office and that you should take note of as representatives of your constituents. And also in that same one, I mentioned that in April of 2013, we are going to be hosting our second annual Victims' Rights Breakfast, and realizing that you're going to be coming off of a Tahoe board meeting the day before, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to see some of you folks at that again. The Placer County District Attorney's Office has been an office in transition. Holly Heinsohn mentioned that 60% of the county's workforce is at a retirement age, and we were kind of on the forefront of that wave. And over the course of the last few years, I mentioned over the course of the last couple of years last year, in August when I was here, that 232 years of prosecutorial experience has been lost by either transitioning to the Placer County bench or retirements at the Placer County DA's office. And again, that number's risen even further this year. Approximately, I haven't, these are rough figures, but approximately 10% of our office are probationary employees. However, what we've lost in institutional memory and the efficiencies that come with experience, we've made up for in enthusiasm and energy. And while these internal challenges of having so many new employees right now is challenging, and it's huge, each passing day these folks are gaining more experience and becoming better trained and better prepared to serve the folks here in Placer County. We expect big things from some of these folks that we've hired. I expect to see advances in technology, streamlined efficiencies within the criminal justice system, and I expect long-term leaders from within our criminal justice system to emerge from their ranks. And we're going to need it. Let's face it, we are facing the challenges of AB 109, a shrinking court budget, and jail overcrowding. And it's not a coincidence that 6 of your departments, the CEO's office, the probation department, Health and Human Services, County Council, the Sheriff's Office, and the District Attorney's Office all listed AB 109 as one of their operational priorities or challenges or both. It's something that is impacting Placer County and really the entire state beyond belief. It's the biggest challenge to our criminal justice system in at least the last 50 years and maybe ever, arguably ever. It's still too early to tell its long-term impacts, but we know that it's added roughly 25% to our jail population, and as I mentioned, 1,000, we're on pace for 2,000 new victims here in Placer County in this fiscal year. Experts in the state will tell you that what we were doing wasn't working, but crime rates have dropped consistently for nearly 20 years. Already articles are starting to come out that after the first year of realignment, that trend has shifted and is rising. We look forward to meeting these challenges. We look forward to taking them head on with our criminal justice partners and to work collaboratively with those agencies that I just mentioned and every other law enforcement agency within Placer County to continue to make Placer County a safe place to live. One of our upcoming challenges, and I've mentioned this before, involves laboratory issues. As you know, we switched from a private provider to the state Department of Justice a couple years ago to provide drug and toxicological testing for us. While this was a prudent fiscal move, cuts to the state budget have caused delays that trigger continuances which stall the entire system. And we look forward to working with county staff in the upcoming year to come up with both short-term and long-term solutions to this issue. Also, we look forward to meeting the challenges presented by the courts. They've been gutted fiscally. Every year they're taking a hit at the state level. And what despite the best efforts of our local judges, what it's led to is long delays and overcrowding within the system. And the more that system gets crowded up, the less effective we are as a system. And so we need to continue to work with the courts to find ways to keep the criminal justice system flowing properly. With regards to our supplemental request, last year this board saw fit to grant us 2 additional DA investigator positions, and this year we're looking forward to working with the CEO's office to identify long-term funding for those 2 positions, and that's where our supplemental request is coming from. And finally, Mr. Bosch has made it long-term sustainability and a priority-based budgeting a priority within the county. And we, again, look forward to working collaboratively to help achieve those priorities within the county. I hear over and over what a great place Placer County is to live. I hear it from victims. I hear it from other law enforcement professionals. I hear it from the citizens within our community. And you feel that, I think, in the workforce, in the county workforce. There's an underpinning of excitement. I'm very pleased to be part of the group that's working on employee engagement. I think there's an excitement running through the county, not only the county employees, but the entire county. And the Placer County District Attorney's Office is honored to provide a service to help make this a great place to live. And with that, I'll turn it over to questions.
All right, Supervisor Weigand's got a question.
Scott, could you give me, maybe later, if you don't have it off the top of your head now, but I'm curious as to the lab issues, the cost difference and the length of delay, the number and the length of the kinds of delays that we're seeing?
The length of the delay has reached a critical point. We keep track of those things. We've actually had to dismiss cases that we didn't get back from the Department of Justice. Granted, they're not our heaviest cases, but they're still cases that we were not able to prosecute solely for the reason that we didn't get the lab results back in time. So it's critical from that perspective. As far as the costs, it kind of varies. We're obviously saving a lot of money by being with the Department of Justice, but more importantly, it's a lack of private providers that can provide the service that we need. So we're exploring every option. We're exploring trying to correct the issues at the state level and remain with the state. We're looking at whether or not there are additional private providers that can meet our needs and come within budget for us. We're looking at whether or not it would be worthwhile to take on that obligation ourselves as a county, and we're looking at other governmental agencies, other county agencies that already have labs. Do they have room to take us on, and if so, what would those costs be? So we're looking at all of those options, and I'd be happy to get together and brief you further on it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Thank you, Robert, for asking that question, because that was going to be one of mine. The other is, and we talked about this when we talked about funding the 2 investigator positions. Part of the discussion we had at the time was whether we charge some of our jurisdictional partners for some of our investigative services that we provide to them. And I think the discussion at the time said, no, we really don't. We kind of offer them free of charge.
Correct.
Because
Correct.
we all love each other and work together, and it's one big happy family. I think it may be time to revisit that and have the discussion about, is that a way to help, not fully fund it, but help identify the sustainable long-term funding to maintain those positions?
Certainly. Noted.
Thank you.
Any other questions for board members?
Thank you.
Anyone in the audience have any questions for the district attorney? Seeing none, we'll move on to probation.
Good morning. Marshall Hopper, Chief Probation Officer. First off, I'd like to thank the board and the CEO's office and Mr. Carden for your support over the last year and your continued support into the future. As we move forward towards the strategic 5-year budgeting model, our department continues to evaluate our operational plans, caseload trends, in conjunction with staffing patterns to ensure public safety is not compromised while minimizing resources. Today, I will provide a brief overview of some of our critical services, future priorities and challenges, as we move forward into the 13-14 budget cycle. Now, our juvenile division continues to provide mandated services to minors, courts, and families throughout Placer County. And our collaborative efforts throughout our system have increased early intervention programming and supervision of minors in the community, which has a direct result to the decreasing number of minors placed out of home in our system. In regards to our 78-bed juvenile detention facility, it continues to operate efficiently and effectively, providing a secure confinement to minors in our system. And effective programming and population management has allowed us to keep that third wing closed for the last several years, resulting in a facility capacity reduction from 78 beds down to 58, also resulting in an annual cost avoidance in excess of $2.7 million per year. Now, moving on to our Adult Services Division, we continue to provide mandated reports to the court, supervising an average of 3,300 offenders under probation supervision, while focusing on evidence-based programming to provide offenders tools for success as they reintegrate back into our community. Over the last 3 years, we have developed, implemented evidence-based services for our offenders under our jurisdiction. Senate Bill 678 and AB 109 clearly outline the mandate supporting evidence-based case management services through risk needs assessments, case plans, and appropriate community supervision. Now, our department has made extensive efforts to increase evidence-based services among our justice partners. Probation reports submitted to the court now provide detailed supervision plans based on risk assessments and the treatment needs of each individual offender. This information, embedded throughout our various reports provided to the justice system, will be individually tailored for each offender while providing additional information to the court, the DA's office, public defender, and the offender during the court process, allowing for our system to make informed sentencing decisions. Now, there is significant concern that the governor's proposed budget reduces SB 678 funding by approximately $100 million, and that's statewide. If approved, this would be a significant setback for our department, as SB 678 accounts for 3 full-time probation officers and funds our in-house programming, allowing offenders to transition back into our community. In regards to the upcoming year, the submitted budget accounts for the county's multi-year budgeting framework approved by the board and maintains existing services to the offender population, the courts, and the community. The supplemental request is contingent upon the state's budget in the event that SB 678 funds were reduced or eliminated as proposed. Providing those funds would allow us to maintain our evidence-based programming and our effective adult staff to offender caseload ratios, ensuring supervision in our community. Now, moving to some of our future priorities and challenges, they include our continuing effort to ensure that the juvenile detention facility meets PREA standards, the Prison Rape Elimination Act. And this includes mandated staffing ratios which take effect in October of 2017, and all training for our staff working in the facility or coming into our facility for volunteer programs and other direct contact with minors. In addition, the department will continue to provide treatment services to the AB 109 population through effective supervision, evidence-based programming, and intensive supervision services through our partnership with the Placer County Special Investigations Unit. Now, our department is looking forward, as Holly mentioned, the Criminal Justice Master Plan project. This project will provide recommendations to enhance operations while providing meaningful based resources to the offender population and our justice system as well. One of the other priorities and challenges is the Correctional Food Services Division. as it continues to provide meals to the inmate population, both adult and juvenile, throughout Placer County, and it continues to operate in an efficient and effective manner. Several months ago, the board approved an interim plan to utilize adult work release participants in the new South Placer kitchen. However, that project has been delayed due to some project issues. However, the probation department remains ready. We are ready to implement the operational plan, providing a unique, evidence-based approach to offender rehabilitation upon the okay from facility services to occupy the building. Now, overall, our department is committed to public safety and making a difference to the community in which we serve. We look forward to the upcoming year, and again, we thank the board for your support and your commitment to the citizens of Placer County. At that point, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Marshall. Any questions from board members? Jennifer Montgomery.
I just had a question. I think what I heard you say is that the submitted base budget is formulated with the expectation that you will be losing those SB 678 monies?
Yes, all indications at this point with the $100 million reduction statewide, it indicates that it's moving that way. Now, I can tell you that CPOC is obviously lobbying against that to support funds for operations, but I wanted to bring it before the board as a very significant concern for our department because the impacts would be drastic.
Okay. And, God willing, we keep that money. What would those economic impacts be on the county to the benefit, clearly?
Well, right now, it would be somewhere, we have three full-time probation officers. We have our training for motivational interviewing and the different types of programs. It also has our both out-of-custody and in-custody programming that our probation officers teach, being encouraged to change, job seekers program, independent living skills, and the interactive journaling process. That would be some of the programmatic concepts that would be in jeopardy. And I think it's very important to note one critical piece of SB 678. SB 678 was really a precursor for AB 109. If you read through them clearly, the concepts in SB 678 promoting evidence-based practices, continuums of services, were just brought forward into 109. And not only would it set back the work that we've done, but it would also set back and decrease our ability to deal with this new population as well.
Okay. And then, obviously, I think since this decision has not been made and CPOC is still working on it, please let us know if there's anyone at the board level or at CEO's office who can help in lobbying to continue.
Yes, I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Duran.
Yes, Marshall, very good presentation, and appreciate the fact that you're putting the highlight on the possibility of losing those SB 678 monies. How is the shift in the correctional food service operations going? How is that?
Well, at this point, we are prepared to move in. Like I mentioned, there's been some delays. There was some flooring concerns, and I don't know all the details regarding it, but after the possession was taken of the building, there's still some items to be worked on. And so at this point, we're working with facilities and waiting for basically the green light to begin. Once we have that date in place, our food services manager indicates that we'll need approximately a 30-day window of opportunity to get prepared, get everything in place. We do have adult work release participants sort of ready to go as soon as we get the opportunity to move into the kitchen.
Do you plan on moving the entire operation within those 30 days, or are you going to phase that in?
Well, it would have to be a phased approach because there would be preparation and meals prepared down there, and then there's the cook chill process, storing the meals. So it would be a partial operations with both going at the same time, supplementing the South Placer kitchen with roughly 12 to 20 work release inmates.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. See no more questions. Anybody from the audience wish to address any items regarding the probation department? And now it's time for the Placer County Sheriff's Department to come forward and give their presentation.
Mr. Chairman, nice job today.
Hey, thank you.
Just before lunch.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Ed Bonner, Placer County Sheriff, and Andy Sisk. That's all right. I've heard him speak a couple of times, and we also went into the the free agent market. And sitting at the table here is Judy Laporte, our new Administrative Service Manager, and my cleanup hitter, Devin Bell, who are the co-architects of our budget presentation. With that being said, I want to thank the board for its continued support. Jerry Carden, spectacular. But the team that we've worked with, and from the CEO's office, I want to thank them and our staff. There is a new level of cooperation and transparency. It is a breath of fresh air. And I think that it comes back to David's leadership. David, thank you for that and your friendship and support. I'm very excited about moving forward with the team here. We want to take just a few moments to talk about the priorities. And it's interesting enough that the priorities and the challenges, which are also opportunities, are basically the same. We are, as our public safety partners are, looking at public safety realignment, the AB 109. In my 39 years on the job, this is the most dramatic shift I have ever seen in the way that public safety services are going to be delivered. And it is truly a work in progress. We don't know exactly what all the impacts will be, but we are committed to continue to work collaboratively together with the cities, with HHS, with probation, with the district attorney, to make this work, because there really isn't any going back on that. And part of the realignment issue is the South Placer Adult Correction Facility, SPACIF, as we know. And backing me up today, I have several armed captains, just so you know. And one of those is Captain Wayne Wu, who has recently taken over our corrections division. And Wayne was charged with coming up with a plan to get us moving down the South Placer. As we watch the jail facility change daily, we're holding people longer. We're holding veterans of state prison. It's a different sort of an inmate. They're more sophisticated. We're seeing a lot of things that SPACIF is actually will be a much better location for us. So originally, I think your board knows that we had this incredible price tag associated with just transitioning, running both facilities. Wayne's marching orders were cut into that price tag. And we will be coming back to the board. David and I have been talking about a more detailed briefing about a phased approach. And it would be a transition team, some additional staff, and Lord willing and the river don't rise, and perhaps we could begin transitioning inmates as early next calendar year. And that would net 80 beds system-wide. And then based upon that, we would transition to the next phase. Staffing is another one of our priorities. We have, as many departments have over the economic downturn, moved backwards. We have a number of positions that are funded and unfilled. Certainly at the end of the day, that helps with fund balance, but at the same time, through the years, this board and previous boards have agreed that this is a good number of people to provide the service that the county residents and visitors need. So we're very excited about that. And technology. There are a lot of things on the horizon that we view as great opportunities. We'll be transitioning to a new world which will replace our Tiburon. It's a dispatch, records management, report writing. Very excited about the opportunity in that. In-car cameras, your board is familiar with and has been supportive of field reporting, the Apollo. We have an HR database. And then P25, the radio compliance issue, which we're working with county IT. So there are a lot of opportunities in there too. But again, those are our priorities. So supplemental requests, yep, you'll see some.
I'm surprised.
And basically, we'll spend more time on those as we work with the county staff to move through them. But all those supplemental requests are going to be based around the priorities I just mentioned. We're looking at the South Placer adult facility, so there's going to be people. The technology, we're looking for things. We would like to work with the CEO and your board to talk about the Middle Fork project and a potential funding stream, what this board thinks would be appropriate to supplement the public safety budget with that. And from an operational efficiency standpoint, again, that we're talking a lot about the technology. There are so many things coming that we believe with those technology investments will make us much more efficient and able to coordinate our efforts with our public safety partners, including Rosal, our primary business partner as far as CAD, records management, and the like. And finally, again, this, it was just kind of funny as I looked at this, the priorities and challenges are the same. We just repeat the page. But I would also, if I looked at this a little more detail, I probably would put challenges and opportunities. Because with each one of these, with public safety realignment, with SpaceUp, with technology, with the alternative delivery methods, we have some great opportunities. And I think that, again, that the growing relationship between CEO staff and our staff, our team, and it really is a team. It was always a little bit, no offense, gang, but there was always a little bit of this, you know, and probably some of that tension is natural. But I really think that we're in a much better position now moving forward. I am always optimistic, you know that, but I'm optimistic that the economy recovers, and maybe that will help with some of the additional funding streams from our tax base. But I'm proud of it. And Scott Owens, I don't know, he must have been looking over my shoulder, or he has a secret recording device, because I wanted to talk about the excitement at the Sheriff's Department to be an employee there right now. We're hiring people. We have young people in training. We have laterals coming across. And there is an energy and a commitment to public safety and a commitment to the people of this county that it hasn't been there for a while, because you're all just trying to survive. But I just see it is such an exciting time that, I don't know, I may stick around a while. Anyway. But that's our report, and I'm happy to entertain questions. But again, I want to thank the board, David, and your staff for the incredible level of support that we've had over the years, and certainly in the recent past, and I appreciate that.
Well, thanks for not going into extra innings. Are there any
That's what one can, Chairman.
Any questions? Oh, Supervisor Montgomery.
Senator, I like that. I got a bump there. Nice. First of all, Judy, welcome. Love to sit down and actually meet with you one-on-one. I had a couple of things here, and thank you very much. Good presentation, good background, and I really want to thank you and your staff, particularly Wayne, for the work you've done on the South Placer facility specifically and bringing those numbers in. I think we all agree that we just couldn't really get to where we were thinking we would end up in the past, and so we've got to figure out a way to make that work. I do look at some of the numbers in the requested budget, and I note that it's almost a 20% increase in staffing, which is pretty substantial. I note that it's about a $13 million request for an increase in dollars in the net budget. And I'm assuming that we're going to have some discussions moving forward about how maybe we rein that in a little bit, but still add to your numbers, which we definitely need to do. But I just want you to know I do have a little bit of concerns just looking at the gross numbers at this point, and I think there's some work to be done to get what you need. Maybe not necessarily like the Rolling Stones say, you can't always get what you want, but
you try
sometime, you just might get what you need. So let's work on that.
Yeah. No, as a kid, I used to circle everything in the Sears Wish Book, too. But I do think that Jennifer, we have such a good staff that I think those discussions will be productive. And I think a lot of the new staff costs are actually the new staff that will be required to begin that phased transition, which, again, that the CEO and I will brief the board in more detail on in the future. But we are excited about that and very supportive. I mean, we have had those discussions in the past, and we'll have them again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but thank you. Yes?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Any questions from audience members regarding the sheriff's budget, knowing that they're here and armed?
Mr. Chairman, you're good.
All right.
You are good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. We'll go into, unless the board has any objection, shall we just move forward? Okay. Land Use and Facility Services System. Well, leading off is the Ag Commissioner.
Good morning, Board, CEO, County Council. Josh Hunsinger, the Placer County Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. And with me today also is my Deputy Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer, Ed King, in the audience. Thank you for the opportunity today. Overall, I want you to let you know that my department's workload remains steady or increasing in all areas. And the good news is our revenues are also continuing on that same trend. We continue to focus on core programs and balance our regulatory responsibilities with an eye towards delivering customer service, even while we do fulfill a regulatory role. Our agricultural programs strive to protect Placer County and by doing that, the state of California from invasive species, which would be harmful both to our agriculture and our environment. We are the primary pesticide regulatory agency for Placer County, and our pesticide use enforcement program works to ensure that pesticides are used only in a manner that is safe and protects people and the environment. Our weights and measures programs seek to assure equity in the marketplace and provide a level playing field for both consumers and businesses in Placer County. We conduct over 6,500 inspections of commercial weighing and measuring devices each year in Placer County. And we estimate that the commerce that takes place over those devices totals close to $1 billion just in Placer County. So it's a pretty significant thing. The Department's Wildlife Services Program works hard to help Placer County residents, farmers, and businesses with wildlife conflicts and protect human health and safety, as well as prevent property damage or help with those situations. And our agricultural marketing program, run by our contractor, Merlot Marketing, under the Placer Grown brand, continues to have great success in increasing the sales and profitability of Placer County's farmers and ranchers. For fiscal year 13-14, my primary operational priority is succession planning. We're working collaboratively with CEO and personnel staff who are just doing a fantastic job of working with my department, and I assume the other departments as well on this. We're identifying staffing needs. We're looking at potential retirements and those that are likely to retire, and looking at those dates and also fitting our workload projections into that. Through those efforts, we've identified our unfilled and unfunded admin clerk position as our highest immediate priority and what's included in this budget. Right now, we only have a single administrative position for our department, and that creates some real complications. That person has indicated that 2014 will be the year that they retire, and so what we're doing is looking to get somebody else in there prior to that retirement so that they can be trained up and learn some of those things prior to that person leaving. So that position is funded. It's within our, we aren't increasing our net county costs. We're moving around some extra help dollars, and we have some increasing revenues to cover that. Aside from this immediate need, we are working on other succession planning efforts as well. We're looking at some structural changes within our organizational chart to perhaps add a supervising classification within our Ag and Standards Inspector series. And finally, we're working on workload efficiencies. I know that's something a lot of departments have talked to you about. The effort we kicked off this year is looking at those same weights and measures device inspections. There's areas where we have super high compliance rates, and so we're looking at alternate schedules of inspection to where some of the devices that have super high compliance rates, we may switch to an every other year frequency rather than every year. And that should save about 800 hours once in man hours per year once it is fully implemented, that we can then shift to other priorities, since, as I mentioned, we're not expanding our overall workload or workforce, but at the same time our workload continues to increase. So we're really focusing on priorities. That's the first in what I hope is a series of real things we're looking to do to really increase and focus on our priorities, and some of the lower priority stuff we can work around. So Thank you very much. That's my presentation for today, and I'd welcome any questions you have.
Questions from board members? Supervisor Weigand.
Josh, just something I should know the answer to. You said that you were the primary regulators related to pesticides?
Correct.
Does the state do supplemental or?
No, we work in close partnership with the California Department of Pesticide Regulation. They provide oversight for our program to make sure we're doing things consistently with other counties and meeting our requirements, and then they provide some support with technical things like they have chemists on staff that my department obviously doesn't have, things like
So
that.
essentially you're totally the on-the-ground regulation, but the state essentially regulates you?
They provide oversight and support, yes.
Okay, good. And then congratulations on the web page. I'm getting good comments from it, but as we move forward, what would be interesting for me is to, I think you're keeping feelers out for being able to measure the data as it relates to economic benefits that accrue to the effectiveness of it. So if you can be compiling all that information and
Which we're actively doing already, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
So,
Very good.
anything else?
See no more questions. Anyone in the audience wish to address anything regarding the Agricultural Commission? Looks good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Community Development Resource Agency.
Good morning. Michael Johnson with the Community Development Resource Agency. As the board is aware, the last several years have been rather bleak for the land development teams here at the county, but we are starting to see trends turn. While development has always been very active through the last few years up at Tahoe, staff is starting to see new activity in the western Placer County area. Specifically, the Placer Vineyards project is looking at moving forward. And what staff is finding is that as the number of foreclosed properties becomes fewer, the demand for new residential lots is increasing. And that will bode well not only for our staff, but for the entire county as we continue to move forward. There are numerous operational priorities that the agency staff has identified for the coming year, and I'd like to highlight a couple of those for you right now. As we move into the new year, staff will continue to focus on providing a wide range of public services to the residents of the county. One of the major undertakings that your board funded last year and that we are starting to undertake right now is the upgrade to the county's land development permit system, the PLUS system. This is a system that monitors all of our active building, planning, and engineering permits. It's a system that was purchased approximately 8 years ago and has quickly become outdated. And with the help of administrative services, we are in the process of updating that program and system right now to provide better service not only to the internal customers, but to the residents of this county. With the dissolution of the county's redevelopment functions, the low and moderate income housing programs have shifted to the agency. Staff is finalizing work on the Domus projects up at Kings Beach, and staff is now moving forward with the Quartz Ridge Affordable Housing Project here in the Auburn area. When you include the low-interest loans for home improvements, the housing team will stay very busy over the next year. One of the primary work programs that agency staff has been working over the past year and hopefully will continue on into the next year is the update to the Tahoe area community plans. These plans are being updated to coincide with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency's update of its regional plan. Over the past year, staff has spent a lot of time working with community members, getting their input, thoughts, and ideas as to how they would like to see their community develop over the coming years. Staff is preparing policy documents based upon the input received from the communities, and the intent is to present these policy documents later this year and then proceed into the environmental review part of the update. One of the most exciting work programs that we have is the ongoing completion of the Placer County Conservation Plan. This has been a staple of the agency for the last 10 years. And staff is looking forward to preparing the environmental document, the finance plan, and bringing this project forward to completion. As required by state law, Planning Services staff has commenced the development of a work program for an update to the county's general plan. As the board is aware, the state looks to have general plans updated every 20 years or sooner if appropriate. We will be doing, as we have with all of our community plans, a robust public outreach and public involvement program, and there will be more to come on this over the coming year. As has been the case for the past couple of years, the agency continues to find that it does have adequate staffing levels to address the demands not only now but into the anticipated future. The bulk of the agency's supplemental budget request focus on, as Sheriff Bonner pointed out, the identified work priorities. For the agency, staff is looking for $146,000 in monies for professional services for the Placer County Conservation Plan. Staff is also looking for $350,000 for the completion of the environmental document for the Tahoe community plans. Staff is looking for $60,000 for the preparation of a sewer study in conjunction with the Sheridan Community Plan that is currently underway. And staff is looking for approximately $110,000 in monies for the commencement of the general plan update, as well as for various zoning code amendments. Some of the zoning code amendments that staff will be undertaking will be an update to the county's winery ordinance, as well as the consideration of issues associated with community centers. As noted, we do anticipate to see increased activity over the coming year, and the agency staff remains ready to move forward to implement not only the work programs identified by your board, but those also that we are working in conjunction with the county executive officer on. Staff is available to respond to any questions that the board may have.
Any questions from board members? Supervisor Montgomery.
I just wanted to touch again on the community centers to make sure people heard that, because that, as you know, has been a very contentious issue,
yes,
at least recently, and I'm really pleased to hear that's intended to be part of the priorities for next year. My one concern on that is it does fall under the supplemental request rather than the base budget. What's it going to take to get that into a base budget?
As I started my presentation, over the last several years, we've seen significant reductions in our staffing and allocated monies. It's something that staff can go back and look at. There's just not a lot of extra monies in any of the department budgets this time of year. So I don't know precise answer to that at this point, but we will see if there is a way to incorporate that with our existing revenues.
And let's just continue. I know you're having these conversations with the other supervisors. I don't know what those conversations are. Thank you, Brown Act. But let's continue having those conversations and figure out a way that we can really address the issue, because I think it is something that definitely needs to be updated within a really foreseeable time frame.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none. Anyone in the audience have any issues? All right, we'll move on. Thank you, Michael. We'll move on to the farm advisor. No, facility service. Almost missed you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Chairman,
sir.
members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here today. Jim Durfee, Director of Facility Services. I think the byword for facility services this year, along with a lot of the other departments, is evolution. We continue to evolve in how we provide services and the way that we fund those, and our facilities continue to evolve. And we'll be working over this year and the upcoming years to develop a more consistent approach to life in the post-recession economy. I hope I'm the only one that says those words today. As you can see, our operational priorities, we're trying to fit into things that we've heard your board say over the last years and recently. Our continued implementation of efficient service delivery methods. The way that we're approaching that generally is through the base process. As attrition occurs, we are always looking at how do we continue to provide services in the most cost-efficient manner, whether that's through replacement of staff as they retire or move on to other places in their career, or whether we look at other methods including contract services, extra help, volunteer work, any of those methods in concert with the policies that your board's provided through the recession. It provides us a platform to work forward and try to always choose the most cost-effective way to provide those services. Example of that, recently your board approved a contract for maintenance of the landscape services along the Douglas Boulevard median. Those services are provided through very small CSAs, very limited amount of funding. It's expensive and sometimes hazardous work. It wasn't the best way for us to use our in-house staff, so we went to readily contractable services in order to do that. We're now able to provide a higher level of service along that corridor with the same amount of money that we had before. So it's a cost-effective way to do that. The word there is that that's just simply how we do business now. We always look for the most cost-effective way to provide services as opportunities to change or to relook at those things come along. We will be continuing to implement regional wastewater solutions. You know, we've talked, even today, there's been discussion about, Supervisor Duran gave a report on the discussions Auburn is having. There's still decision-making processes to go through. But the reality is we have projects to work on. We are in contract negotiations with Lincoln for the SMD1 pipeline to Lincoln. Those are proceeding very well. Lincoln is working on the environmental review and the design work for that project. So we're actually working on a project that should be ready to go to the ground over the upcoming year. During this next fiscal year, we will see construction start on that. At the SMD3 project has been out to bid. We're working on ways to fund that. We're going to be coming back to your board over the upcoming weeks with discussion on that. And I'm very pleased to announce that the Applegate project is had enough progress now to where the lift station is functioning. We are pumping wastewater from Applegate down to SMD1 as we speak. We're no longer trucking wastewater out of that community. So we're making great strides, even though, you know, it seems like we come here with continuing decision processes, and that discussion is going to be ongoing for the upcoming months and maybe many months. But we're at the same time we're making lots of real on-the-ground project on that regional on those regional projects. One of our really primary focuses at facilities will be to maximize our county and economic development opportunities at the Placer County Government Center. Based on direction from your board, we're continuing negotiations with Costco for the potential development of a Costco on that site. We're also developing long-term plans for the continued evolution of that campus. If anybody's driven around what used to be the DeWitt campus over the last few years, you've seen new buildings go up, you've seen old buildings come down. Over the upcoming months, we're going to have another phase of demolition out there. We've got another series of buildings. The Bell Gardens apartments and some of the old unused wings are going to come down. Those attractive nuisances will go away. At the same time, though, we're undertaking planning processes for upgrading the utilities at that site and developing pads for either commercial development or county needs or other uses, depending on the planning process that we go through, and we'll be engaging your board in those processes over the upcoming months. One of the things that through the recession we did, and this was purposeful, but one of the things that we cut way back on was deferred maintenance of our facilities. It was in a measured approach. We were in lockdown mode, if you will, trying to save money. Now it's time for us to bring those plans back to life and start to incrementally start to refund and rebuild those plans. We have a lot of rolling stock. We have a lot of equipment. There's a lot of equipment at the buildings. There are schedules for replacement of those facilities and those buildings and those equipment, and we will be starting to work with the CEO's office and your board over the upcoming years to incrementally be building up our budgets to the point where we are back on track to be maintaining the assets that your board has invested in, both in facilities and in the rolling stock and so forth. So deferred maintenance becomes one of our real bywords at Facility Services. We'll continue our capital facility and utilities planning. I've talked a little bit about that. We've freed up money in the capital budget to start the planning process for Burton Creek. Supervisor Montgomery, I know that's one of the things that's important to all of us. I hope the grand jury's listening. No, we don't have project money to replace that facility, but we've got money freed up for planning, for some site selection work, for that type of work. So we'll be working forward on that. And really working with the new infrastructure committee to develop long-term plans to funding future capital projects. That's an exciting new opportunity, and I believe I heard that we're going to be here on March 26th. That's an auspicious day. It's my 55th birthday, so I'll expect a happy birthday on that day if I get to stand up and speak. Our educational and volunteer program development has essentially been on hold during the recession, although we utilize volunteers very extensively in the museums division. One of the things we haven't been able to do is keep up with the growth, with funding the growth in our educational programs. So we're incrementally working on requests to very slowly augment that and try to get that back up. We have a lot of demand for those programs. They're fantastic programs. They bring in a little bit of revenue. They don't bring in enough revenue to fully offset the cost. So that's one of the things that we are working on. And I don't have a remote here, but I'm ready for my next slide. We are working on restoring our and maintaining our base levels of service, mostly through extra help and contract work. One of the things that we are trying to evolve to, especially in our parks and grounds operations, is that the workflow ebbs and flows seasonally. And just like it does in your yard at home, there's more work to do in the spring and early summer than there is in the late summer, early fall. And one of the things that we're doing is asking for, one of our supplemental requests is for additional extra help money so that we can bring on extra help work in the springtime when the load's there. It sounds obvious. It is obvious. It's one of the things that we backed way off on during the recession. So it's really bringing those service levels back up. Frankly, we're getting some complaints about the condition of some of our landscaping, some of our facilities. Through attrition, we're down staffing somewhat in the Parks Division. We think that the best way to augment that is through a combination of extra help and then some select contract work. So some of our supplemental requests are in that realm. We are looking to augment resources for planned service level expansions and anticipated workload demands. We are looking at opening Hidden Falls Park in May. We're going to open up an additional 1,000 acres and 25 plus miles of trails. Spectacular new facility. Right now, today, if you went out there, the parking lot's already full. Our facilities, that facility is getting a huge demand. To open up an additional 1,000 acres, we're going to have to maintain and monitor those facilities. We plan on doing that with a combination of existing staff, and we're going to be working with the CEO's office on the potential of having some level of contracted service out there for a combination of ranger and light maintenance services. Right now, we don't have any park rangers on staff. That's not what we do. It's not the business that we're in. But a facility of that size and scope and that gets the demand that facility gets, we have to figure out what is the right level of service that it needs. It'll be a learning process. We haven't operated a facility of that scope before, so we'll be working on that. We're also looking at workload increases. Really through the recession and the attrition in the department, the levels of staffing and service, and my staff's going to really hate me for saying this, but they're really not very bad. There's a couple of little places where we've cut a little bit too tight, and where we're actually seeing some service demand increases. Our property management division and our museums division are where we're looking for augmentation there. And again, based on priorities for your board and working with the CEO's office, we'll be working on how to do that. And then really, again, positioning the department for the post-recession operations, the things that I've already talked about. And lastly, like all of the departments, succession planning, organizational development, staff training. We're like all of the other departments, we're looking at a lot of evolution over upcoming years. The rumors are true. We're all going to retire at some point in time. And we have to be looking at how are we going to do that? How are we going to transition to that? I'm very confident facility services, we've never stopped thinking about succession planning. over the years. We do a lot of mentoring. We do a lot of in-house training. The staff that's coming up is just fantastic. We've got a lot of really sharp young folks working in the department that help keep us older folks online and doing the work right. So looking into the future, I can tell you that your facilities department is in good shape and will be in good hands. It is always a priority, though, to us to be working on that. So I don't want you to think that we're not there. Other than that, I think I'd like to thank my staff. Our budget process this year was, I have to tell you, was probably the best in my 8 years as the department head and almost 20 years as an executive in the department. Our budget process was very smooth this year. I wanted to thank David and his staff. The conversations through the process have been fantastic, and then thank your board for your ongoing support. So with that, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? As usual, a very thorough presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Farm Advisor.
Thank you, Chairman Holmes and members of the board, and Mr. Bosch and Mr. Cardin. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you today. Our operational priorities are, one is farm and ranch economic viability. We are able to offer programming on farm and ranch business planning, a 6-week short course. We just completed some marketing workshops that enabled producers to learn more about opportunities in wholesale marketing, learning more how to use the nutritional components of the produce that they grow as a marketing tool, as well as some merchandising tips for booths and other selling strategies. We have continued to have farmer-to-farmer networking and informational breakfasts to help increase collaboration between farmers. We have a very extensive foothill farming website that allows us to provide a lot of informational resources to support existing people out there farming and ranching, as well as beginning farmers and ranchers. Another priority that we have is growing and enhancing the local food system that we do have here in Placer County. We're looking at ways to increase consumption of local produce with the general population and also to seniors and low-income audiences. We're also working with farmers to better help them understand, again, the nutritional quality of the products that they are growing and providing them with point-of-purchase materials that contain recipes to help them connect with consumers on another level. We're supporting this through holding samplings and tastings, cooking demos, cooking classes, community dinners, also providing produce vouchers which can be used to purchase produce at the farmers markets, as well as produce cards that have nutritional information on them. Another priority is reducing levels of obesity in Placer County youth and families. We are going into low-income qualified schools to provide nutrition curriculum information and instruction for youth in classrooms, as well as doing some family outreach as well. We've received funding for several years from Placer County First Five Commission, which allows us to work with families of children 0 to 5 years of age. We've been able to expand the nutritional information that we are providing to these audiences to also include some tastings and samplings and produce vouchers, as well as being able to provide CSA boxes for a 22-week period to over 90 early Head Start families. We also continue with our 4-H program as a way of providing non-formal learning and leadership opportunities. I think one of the maybe more hidden aspects about 4-H is the tremendous diversity of leadership opportunities that is available through our 4-H Camp Counselor program, which is held during the summer. Club officers, junior and teen 4-H leaders, as well as our 4-H All-Stars. We also have been able to utilize teens that have been recruited to teach science-based curriculum and after-school sites as well. As far as other priorities and challenges, we continue to work very hard for training and supporting beginning farmers and ranchers. This is an ongoing need as we have an aging ag population and bringing new farmers and ranchers into the fold. We're supporting these through intensive beginning farmer academies, which are multi-day series of different production workshops, which emphasize a lot of hands-on experience, and also mentoring programs that combine these beginning farmers with experienced farmers to visit the experienced farmer's farm or ranch and learn better about what they are doing there, as well as having that experienced person visit where the beginning farmer or rancher's place is to offer some guidance and also some other ongoing support there. I think another thing that is becoming more of an emerging need is the need for more agricultural infrastructure development regarding a variety of different processing facilities, and kind of some efforts are starting to go on with there. And then finally, as another priority and challenge, it's again to just find ways for our office to work collaboratively with many other departments and agencies and organizations throughout the county to form synergistic relationships which can allow us to do multiple messaging, multiple opportunities of being able to produce and buy more local produce and local meat as well, to increase, improve nutrition as well as youth development across the county. I think a big thing is that y'all are providing our department with infrastructure, and then we are can bring in UC resources, and we're aggressively seeking outside funding sources to be able to support these efforts. So all of those programs that I have been talking to you about are supported by over $600,000 in grant funding. So that concludes my presentation. Again, I just want to say thank you to the board for giving me this opportunity to speak before you today.
Thank you, Roger. Any questions? See no questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Public Works.
There's no. I
Mr.
guess
Ken Graham.
we'll do it automatically. Graham's got it for me. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. My name is Ken Graham with the Department of Public Works. And regarding our priorities for the upcoming fiscal year, like I think you've heard much today, we're talking about trying to provide stable service levels in a sustainable manner, in a manner which our revenues will keep track with in the future. What we rely on, particularly on the transportation end, is our gasoline tax. It's a tax that has not been adjusted for inflation since the mid-'90s, and not any time in the near future is it looked to be adjusted. And so we need to make do with very level revenue, while at the same time costs will continue to rise, such as gas prices. In addition to that, we're looking to maximize outside funding for our capital improvement project. We will continue to do that, and for the most part, get 90+% of our funding for capital projects outside of our operational costs or operational funding. And then we're going to work towards relative regulatory compliance. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment, but the idea is trying to do as much as we can with the resources that we have available to stay out of trouble. Doesn't always mean we meet 100% of what we're supposed to be doing. We'll talk supplemental requests. We'll talk in a moment in detail for each of these, but we do have a supplemental request for stormwater funding. Actually, we're looking to up our budget by $140,000 total, of which $54,000 of that is actually general fund. We also want to take advantage when that opportunity comes to reestablish our road resurfacing program. You used to be able to support that with, well, at the end, $2.3 million per year to ensure that our roads were kept up to a certain standard. And then we'll talk a little bit about road maintenance staffing levels, which are, we have an aging group, and that trying to replace those folks as they leave us, and keeping a stable amount of people is going to be a continuing challenge. And then we'll talk project matching funds for a moment, just because that's something for the first time that has come up as an issue in our budget. Maybe you can click it. First off, for stormwater, you don't need to read all of those. It's really just to show the fact that we are looking for $140,000 more spending in stormwater funding this year to keep up with the myriad of permits that we're required to do. Of that, $54,000 is general fund. And to give you an example, earlier today you approved a strategy plan for our Tahoe permit. Well, just 2 or 3 weeks ago, the State Water Resources Control Board now approved a new permit for the balance of the state, and that balance of the state includes all areas of Placer County outside the Tahoe Basin. Where we were used to being to do 5 to 7 elements every year of our stormwater management plan, the first year of the new permit for the balance, not Tahoe, balance of Placer County, we now have 16 elements that we're going to be required to do in the first year, which will go up to 28 elements in the second year. All of those have some similar things in common. We're going to develop a new system for tracking something or a database. We're going to be required to implement it, and then not just one time, then we're going to have to ongoing monitoring and reporting to the state of the results of what we're doing. A growing program. Again, relative regulatory compliance, I'm not sure if we can do all of those things, and we'll be able to keep up with everything that we have to do, both in the balance of Placer County as well as in the Tahoe area. But our efforts is to make sure that we are keeping up, that we can show effort, and that we're moving our program forward. Let's click the next one. Second is pavement resurfacing. We used to receive $2.3 million, I'll say, during the good times, and it did a great job with helping our roads stay at a very relatively high level of service for our citizens. Things are changing now. This shows the typical road deterioration curves. It shows where our mileages are at. Currently, we have a pavement condition index average of 57, which is actually a fair number to have in a county such as ours. Can you go back? There we go. As you can see, we are on the steeper part of the curve these days, which means our roads are deteriorating quicker than they have, and they will continue to deteriorate quickly. And how that becomes important is the historical, what's happened over the last 10 years. This is a graph of our average, what we call PCI, over the last 10 years. In the early 2000s, you can see we were very stable, and that was really because we had a stable balance of funding. We had the overlay program. We did a lot of chip sealing, a lot of programs at a very healthy level. It spiked in 2008. I think in large part that was because Proposition 1B passed by the voters back around then. We had an influx of dollars to make that investment into our system, as well as the federal stimulus bill, American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, that also provided and allowed for that spike. Since then, we're now in decline. We currently, in the current budget, there is no money to do a resurfacing program, much as there hasn't been in the last several years. When we have road fund balance at the end of the year, we have been able to channel some of that to do resurfacing, but as part of our base budget, it's just not allowed. This will continue to deteriorate unless over time we're able to straighten that out and flatten out that curve. So we are requesting that when the time comes, when there are available funding, particularly one-time funding, that you consider reestablishing the overlay program. Actually, you can just leave it there. Two other things I said I was going to mention. Road maintenance staffing levels. Because of the funding and the revenues for us, back in 2000, we used to have 102 employees in road maintenance. In 2002, that went down to 88. Today, we have 68 people. So that's about a 35% reduction from our height back in 2000. We are proposing in our base budget to have a staffing level of 74. I think that is in line with our sustainability principles, but is still allowing us to move forward and making sure we have the people who can do that base level of maintenance required on our roadways. That's the crack sealing, the pothole patching, the drainage cleaning, all of those activities. And then the last thing I wanted to mention was project matching funding. For the first time in our budget, we haven't been able to provide all the match for all the projects we propose to do in the next fiscal year. Not overly worried about it at this point, because typically what happens is some projects will be delayed because of a regulatory agency or a outside funding department that will delay us for whatever reason. So I do feel confident that this next year we will have enough money to do the entire program that we will be able to do. But it is the first time in our history where we literally didn't have enough money to fund all the different projects we wanted to fund, and that we got outside funding to do. So not a worry in the next fiscal year, but it is the trend that I expect there'll be more projects like that coming up into the future. And so we'll be thinking about that and how we best prioritize our projects to meet your goals, our citizens' goals, and getting done the job that we need to do. With that, happy to answer any questions, and again, appreciate all the support we've had over the years from all of us back at Public Works, and happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Ken, as always, thank you. As I said earlier today, the work that you guys do is just amazing, and the effort you put into it is really noteworthy. I did want to talk about our road system and the conditions, the good, fair, poor, and failed. How do you prioritize the work we do? Is it just purely the condition of the road, and that's how we prioritize it, or is it use?
Well, fortunately in our county, throughout the county, we have lots of needs. So the needs aren't all in one area. As you get roads that are in different portions of this curve, they require a different type of maintenance. All of our roads, the number one destroyer of our pavements is water. So until we seal all the cracks, get all the water away, any money we put in before we do that is throwing good money after bad. So we make sure we try to do that everywhere throughout our system. Then as you start getting down in the curve, ideally, when things are going from good to fair, we would be doing things like slurry seals. And we need to keep doing that. We need to make sure we keep roads at the upper portion of the curve. As roads start sliding down off the cliff or down the steep part, that's when you need to start doing overlays. We really don't want to do a lot of overlays because overlays are about 7 times the cost of our other types of maintenance. But if you don't do it then and you wait till it gets down to that poor to failed, you actually have to reconstruct the pavement. In fact, for most of our roads, once they get down to that point, they stay there, and we don't try to move them back up because it's cost prohibitive. It's probably 20 to 25 times the cost to rehabilitate a pavement at that point in time because you're ripping out the old and putting down new. So it is not, although we use this in all of our thinking, there are roads at different portions of the curve, and we want to try to keep as many from falling off the steep portion as possible. But we always are looking to bring some of those that have fallen off, try to get them back up top.
Okay. And then I note that this is a surfaced road analysis. Do we have something similar for our county-maintained roads that are not surfaced, but they're dirt?
We don't, because there's not much that can be done in terms of maintenance on those roads. You regrade them once a year, and we have about 100 and 120 miles of those roadways throughout the county. They're graded dirt, again, once a year, try to keep the drainage going, very limited maintenance.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now move on to Health and Human Services System, Child Support Services. Oh, here we go. Is this the lady? Morning. Or good afternoon.
Honorable Chairman Hom, members of the board, I'm A.J. Nunez, Senior Administrative Services Officer for the Department of Child Support Services. I'm here today on behalf of Troy Hill, who unfortunately couldn't be here, although I'm sure he would have loved to present before you today. Our child support professionals do an outstanding job of serving our community by working collaboratively with both parents to ensure that children are supported financially and medically. Currently, our department hosts monthly seminars to educate the public and answer questions regarding the child support services and the services that we offer. Our department has distributed over $20 million to local families this year. We enlist the support of community partners like Kids First to provide after-school help with homework, counseling, and parenting classes to provide children with the full support they need to be successful. In past years, I've heard directors make analogies from pruning rose bushes to loading the bench of baseball teams. On the heels of the Oscars, I believe that Child Support Services is deserving of a Best Ensemble Cast Award. I'd like to thank you for your support of our department. The Child Support Program is 100% state and federally funded with no general fund allocation, similar to a small independent film that sometimes gets overlooked by the shadow of the big studio departments. Retaining adequate staffing levels is paramount to providing excellent service. I'd like to thank our program manager, Susan Dunlap, for creating a service delivery model that categorizes our nearly 10,000 cases into 8 unique priorities, such as locate, establishment, and maintenance. I'd like to thank our supervisors, Virginia, Doug, and Kristen, who have been instrumental in implementing this new business model, utilizing the team concept, where child support professionals work as small teams on each of the priorities so that the child support case can be moved forward. 5 years ago, our department developed a succession plan. At that time, we had 55 funded filled positions. We are now 5 years deep into succession and have seen half of our staff retire or transfer to other departments. We have been able to replace a quarter of our staff. We currently have 38 funded filled positions. We want to thank the CEO's office and personnel for their support in recruiting and hiring qualified staff that can be trained to perform the work of child support services. It takes 6 months of intense training for staff to learn just the basic laws, regulations, policies, and procedures of child support. Our success in the future will rely on our ability to hire and train competent staff. Our funding has remained relatively static over the past 9 years. Last year, the state retained 2% of our annual allocation. This year, those monies were restored, but increased county cost for salary and benefits easily absorbed that 2%. While some general fund departments received an increase to cover these costs, child support services had to leave vital case manager positions unfunded. Our challenge is in managing our cash basis accounting required by state and federal regulation with adequate funding to pay the upfront OPEB charge for new hires required by the county. While your board has made huge improvements in the area of OPEB charges, we would like to see upfront charges fund the allocated position and not the person. OPEB covers the retirement of an individual in the position, but it takes 10 years for an employee to become vested. Changes in staffing and position over a 10-year period can be significant, as we have witnessed. By funding the allocated position and not the person, we ensure that child support funding remains within the child support department. We appreciate the consideration and support of your board in helping us maintain the staffing levels needed to meet and enhance the delivery of quality child support services to our community. I'll answer any questions you have at this time.
Well, thank you. Supervisor Durant.
Yes, thank you very much for your input. With regards to the OPEB issue, have you done any study to determine what the cost difference would be with regards to funding the position as opposed to the person?
And what I'm suggesting is not a change in the cost.
Sure.
But in funding the allocation. So when we have an individual leave, we fund that allocation. If the person we hire from the outside into that allocation is transferred to another department, we don't want to see that funding go with that person. We have a very difficult time to keep up funding new hires within our department.
And my question is have you quantified what the plus or minus is going to be to your department or the county on?
We currently have 6 positions out for recruitment.
Okay.
So that's about $250,000. 14 of our staff are currently eligible for retirement today.
Okay.
So that's
okay. Well, thank you.
Significant.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Burton.
Good afternoon. Rich Burton, the Director of Health and Human Services. Thank you for the opportunity to share some ideas with you and thoughts about what's going on in Health and Human Services as we're going through this budget cycle. Very much appreciate the leadership of the County Exec's Office and all of our partner county departments as we put our budget together, and look forward to completing the process throughout the year. Our operational priorities for this year are continuing to maximize the use of state and federal dollars to provide services to county residents. Each and every year, we provide services to over 60,000 Placer County residents, businesses, and their families. They're along the lines of helping businesses be successful and sustainable in their operational practices, helping residents have food on their table, a roof over their house, access to health care, all in areas where they don't have any resources anywhere else within the community other than what the county provides. We're also grateful for the leadership of the board and pursuing options for animal care and the future development of the shelter. We're looking forward to that and appreciative of the staff and the work that they do in the current operations in the facility that they're working in. One of the ways we do this in maximizing the services that we provide throughout the community is by partnering with the private sector and nonprofit communities. Over 45% of our expenditures in our department are providing services either directly and benefits to the residents and businesses in the community or in contracting with nonprofits and businesses, and the rest of it provided by county staff. One of the things that we focused on is we've continually evolved our organization is to be responsive in organizational challenges and development, to be proactive in looking to the future and being able to adapt lessons learned from the past. And this last year, we've integrated our environmental health division with our public health services and laboratory services and animal control services, and also moved our mental health and physical health clinics and integrated those into the same division. We've appreciated the leadership in human services over the last year and greatly increasing access to nutritional food supplies for our families through the CalFresh program, and this last year we integrated the women and infant children nutritional supports into the same program, leadership in human services. We anticipate as we look forward to the future year that there'll be more opportunities for integration even within our department, along with more opportunities for integration with other county departments. One of the things that I've been very appreciative of is the support we've had from the District Attorney's Office in our welfare fraud and general fraud investigations. Look forward to further partnering with the District Attorney in the next year as opportunities allow to even further strengthen that program that we offer. We actually don't have any supplemental requests this year as far as requests for county general fund. I put down as far as our supplemental requests that we continue to invest in strategies that foster self-sufficiency. What we anticipate is even in this dynamic that's going on with uncertainties at the state level for what their budget is going to look like eventually, and with the federal government still working through how they're going to provide the services that fund many of the programs that we are privileged to be able to be a part of, we do anticipate being capable of accessing more state and federal dollars in the next year or two ahead. We don't anticipate needing more county general fund to do that, but as those state and federal dollars become available, would appreciate board support and continuing to provide the sorts of services that help our residents pursue the self-sufficiency that they desire for themselves and their families. As far as priorities, challenges, or as the sheriff said, opportunities earlier today, one of the things that really helped blunt the impacts of the recession on the services that we're able to provide through Health and Human Services were access to reserve funds that had been built up over the years. We're hopeful in the next year or two that we will also be able to start building up some more Health and Human Service dedicated reserve funds in the county. Look forward to working with County Exec and the Board of Supervisors and identifying how exactly that might come together, but to help position ourselves for what will inevitably happen in the future at some point of another economic challenge in a community, but if there's ever a time in a community that is crucial for Health and Human Services to be able to step forward and assist families in crisis or in stress, it's going to be in a time of economic challenge. So I'm appreciative of the board leadership in helping HHS provide those services in this last economic downturn, and would hope that reserves might help us position ourselves for doing that in the future as well. When I originally put the slide together, I put state and county realignment responsibilities evolving, and that being a challenge or opportunity with the likelihood of sequester happening at the federal level and the potential impacts of federal issues also affecting local and state responsibilities. I think one of the things we look forward to in this next year is continuing to work with County Exec's office and bringing information to the Board of Supervisors on any potential changes in our services that might be impacted by those either federal or state issues as they evolve. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any question, and again, appreciate the support the board has provided for HHS for so many years.
Thank you, Dr. Burton. Supervisor Durant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Burton. My question is, do you anticipate any type of an overall impact, positive or negative, with regards to the new health care law on your programs?
No, I would anticipate, so I anticipate, I'm optimistic again, as the sheriff is optimistic, I anticipate positive impacts in our community eventually being experienced as a result of healthcare changes. Some of the healthcare changes directly involved with healthcare reform, as people are aware, or the Affordable Care Act, other changes going on within the state under the governor's leadership and moving toward managed care for our Medi-Cal population within the community. So I see the great potential for positive impacts in our community. The challenges are always in the details, and so there are many things evolving over this next year. Come this summer, the governor has directed that managed care be implemented throughout the state. It's not quite clear how that's going to happen yet, but he's committed to doing that. By January of 2014, the Affordable Care Act will provide opportunity for many of the families in our community that don't otherwise have access to health care to be able to access it either through the health benefits exchange in the state or through becoming eligible for Medi-Cal. So I think within the next 18 months, we'll see some of the biggest changes in health care delivery within our community that we've seen in the last 15 years.
Thank you, Doctor.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Thank you, Dr. Burton. As always, excellent, pithy, to the point. I note that in the budget slide, your filled positions right now are 557, and your department request is 687, an increase of about 130 personnel. Is that in particular areas, or is that just sort of across the board in all the services you provide?
Well, so it's mostly in the area of eligibility and linking individuals up with access to services that are primarily provided in the private sector and nonprofit community. It's also eligibility for benefits such as what used to be known as food stamps, but what we refer to is CalFresh in the current era. So it's primarily eligibility for benefit programs, health insurance, workforce development, and workforce training.
And do you think that if the proposed 211 program in Placer County were to be impacted, would that number change, or would we still have those needs?
Oh, these numbers, these services would not be decreased. The need for these services would not be decreased. The impact would not be to decrease the number here if the 211 system were in place. It would complement the services being provided here, but not replace any of them.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. You betcha. You betcha. Veteran Services Officer. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is John Melrose. I'm a County Veteran Service Officer for Placer County. Chairman Holmes, Supervisors, Mr. Bosch, Mr. Carden, thanks for giving me the opportunity to come up and talk to you guys real briefly. I represent a very small department. We have a whole sum of 4 people. We're hoping to move that up to 5 with our supplemental request. In general, we're getting a handle on our office from where it was to now where it will be going to, and there will be a slight change in direction and focus of what I want to do with the department. I think it's more apropos for the individuals coming out of the military at this point, because they're not communicating the way that they used to do it in the old days. They used to go to the American Legion halls and shoot pool. That doesn't happen anymore. Now they're on Facebook. So we're trying to make sure that I touch just about everybody who comes back out for Placer County. Since I took over in November, we've done about 300 claims, and we've realized just over $1 million in lump sum benefits. Now, most of those claims were done a year or 2 ago, but it's still money that's coming into the county. Per month, that works out to be just over $100,000 per month coming into the county directly to the pockets of the veterans here in Placer County, which then gets disseminated out through various sales taxes and that kind of stuff. So those 4 or 5 people bring in a significant amount of money. Part of the goals that I'm looking toward is taking from an office setting more to a decentralized setting of going out and meeting with the claimant, finding out what they need, and teaching them how to file for their benefits, because they simply don't know. When we take a look at the other supplemental requests, that other position, it would be huge. If I'm out talking in the community, as is one of my other employees, that leads us 1 person in the office who can do claims, 1 person who can answer the phone and handle any walk-ins. If we have that other person, then we cover the phones, we cover the walk-ins, and it makes our scheduling so much more effective. Where the money's coming from is a conglomeration of learning how other counties are doing their jobs. For example, we have Medi-Cal money that comes in when we divert people from a local resource to a federal resource. There's 2 counties in the state of California who do over $100,000 in those kind of claims. I want to know how they do it. If I can replicate it, I will. I'm not about reinventing the wheel. I'm about learning better processes from those around us. And I'm not ashamed to go out and ask them. When we look at the interagency cooperation within Placer County, I'm developing more meeting times with CSS and HHS to see if I can take a veteran off their rolls, put them onto a VA role that allows them to take that money that would have been spent on that person onto somebody else who doesn't have the extra backstop of being a veteran. As for our succession planning, we're such a small office, we don't have one. However, we do make use of VA work-study students. They're my bench. I've worked with them, I know them. When we go to hire someone, I bamboozle them into making sure they apply, and that way I know who's coming in. If they make it through the testing process and that kind of stuff, I know who's there then. That gives us a very wide, very broad bench. We're going to see how that works out over time. I'm hopeful and cautiously optimistic. We're also looking at how my office can help any other agency with their mission. If we know of a veteran-owned company that might be good at doing something, we're going to put that information out so that maybe that becomes an opportunity for that company to get a contract with the county and move that forward. The last thing I'm going to leave with you before I open it up to questions is we just got new numbers from the regional office in Oakland. These numbers are pretty horrible. For an average claim, it takes over 400 days for that person to get a benefit. If they are homeless, it's whittled down to a mere 200 days. If they're, it's whittled down to about 425 days. If it's a hardship claim, then it's whittled down to about 200 days for a claim. There's not a lot we can do at this end, but I'm going to find out every possibility I can to perfect the claim before it's submitted so that the VA workers on the other end know that they can take a Placer County claim and it'll go quickly. That's what I'm hopeful for. It's a big project, but that's all right. These guys and girls deserve absolutely nothing but the best, and that's what I want to make sure they get. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to give them my best shot.
Supervisor Durant.
Yes, John, thanks very much for providing this update. I had the opportunity to chat with you yesterday morning about these numbers, and can you give some context into how many veterans that we have in Placer County versus how many we have that are on pension right now?
Absolutely. I'm still in the process of delving down deeper into the statistics that I'm getting out of the VA and out of CalVet. The last numbers that I have, we have approximately 32,000 veterans in Placer County. Of that, we have about 4,100 people in receipt of VA benefits in this county. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that goes all the way back to time of memorial when they started keeping track of the statistics. Of that 4,100-ish people, less than 400 are on pension.
Which
say
means
that again, there's less than 400 people in Placer County out of the 32,000 veterans that we have that are receiving a specific benefit that can bring in a substantial amount of money if they're in a home or need care.
And that not only the pension, but we're talking about benefits to their children to go to,
yes,
to college.
Benefits to go to college.
We're talking about any other type of assistance that they would get for their service to our country, correct?
Yes.
And
those are strictly, the 4,100 number is strictly compensation and pension. For health care numbers, making use of the fee waiver, like you were referring to, that's some of the data that I'm trying to get. CalVet is trying to come up with the numbers for me, but I don't think they've had anybody ask for it yet. But I'm a numbers guy. I want to know where to best target my limited resources. If I know that, I can do a better job. So I'll find out, and then I'll make the board aware of where those numbers are and what we're doing to increase those numbers.
Sure. And if we can get those numbers up, not only will the veteran be served, but it seems logical that they would spend their money in Placer County.
Absolutely.
Correct?
Absolutely.
Well, one of the other things that John and I talked about that he had mentioned was the processing times in Oakland to process these claims, which I think are abysmal, especially considering that, there are veterans that are waiting 200 days to get their benefits, and for folks that have served their country and put their lives on the line, I have a big problem with that. And one of the things that I suggested to John is that we look into the possibility of trying to get some type of a pilot program where we can certify those pensions according to the VA standards to try to cut that time down. So, that's something that we're kind of just doing a little bit of brainstorming as to what, pushback or what channels and what hurdles we would need to do that. But I certainly do think that we owe it to our veterans to, at a minimum, to investigate what we can do to cut that time. So.
And to that end, I'm reaching out to Oakland Regional Office, their director, and other regional offices, the medical centers. I want to get on their board or get on their MAC committees so that I have a position at the table where I can talk to these folks about that. 99% of the time, it's sitting there listening and taking in what's being said and then interpreting it for my office through the board's actions and seeing if we can do anything. If we can, yes, absolutely we will. If we cannot, I'm going to see if I can find another way. But absolutely, I think it's a brilliant idea, and hopefully we can make it work.
Very good. See no more questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Little wrap up. Little wrap.
Yes, sir. Well, the first question on here is what have we learned? We're not going to go through all of that right now, or else we'll be here for another 3 hours. But rather just say that there are many, many priorities throughout the county, throughout all of your departments, and at least what I heard today was there are a lot of folks doing some fantastic work on behalf of the residents of Placer County. And the challenge that we'll have is how to best balance those priorities within the funnel of what the available resources will be related to 13-14 and looking ahead over the next few years. Our next steps in the process include reflecting on this discussion, beginning to meet with departments to vet through the details related to the request so that we better understand them, and then to move towards a balanced 13-14 budget, and also to engage your board related to a potential multi-year budget framework that could serve us for 13-14 and beyond to ensure that we have the greatest amount of sustainability within the county operations. So those would be the next steps that we would go through following this workshop. There's no formal action requested of your board at this time.
All right. Any questions, comments?
Should we, in terms of the board direction and how about I turn my microphone on? In terms of board direction and open issues, is that something that if something comes to us, we should just follow up with you directly, or how would you like that to be handled? If there's something that comes up that we think, oh my gosh, that wasn't on the priority list and we didn't talk about it.
We're open ears, so to the extent that there is anything that would come up for members of the board engaging with David or Polly or any of us on this side of the house related to integrating that into the development of the budget process would certainly be helpful. And we'll be, as we come back and discuss a multi-year budget framework, it will also provide an opportunity, perhaps as a check-in opportunity to the extent that there are other priorities to discuss as a next step to what we talked about today.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Weicker.
Just generally want to thank everybody, County Exec's Office, Graham, in particular, Graham, for all the work and the approach I like. I like the early start at the 30,000-foot level. So again, just congratulations to all our department heads and the good work that they've done, but particularly in this effort, and look forward to some good results.
And Jim, I'm sorry, I just remembered one other thing. We have the supplemental requests. We have that spreadsheet at the back. What I'd be interested in seeing is the numbers specific to both base and supplemental requests analyzed by department and then cumulatively for the requests to fill positions, and what that would do in terms of carryover for future years if we were to honor all those requests. Thank you.
We are going through that very analysis right now relative to what the total number of requested positions is by department and across all of the funds, and also getting a sense for the amount of one-time versus ongoing requests. So some of that is related to the positions, and then there are other pieces which are just related to ongoing, which may be an ongoing operational cost. So we have some sense for how that may feed into, be consistent with or not a potential multi-year budget model, so you have some sense for how best to move forward relative to sustainability of countywide operations.
Thank you.
Robert?
We'll throw out just one other observation that having been around a while, the reserves, contingency reserves explicitly that we built up over the years obviously served us incredibly well post-2008. Doc Burton referred to that notion and maybe some special connection as it relates to the HHS department, I think would serve us well over the years. Obviously, it's going to take some time to build up that reserve, but obviously, it makes all the sense in the world, of course, that in tough times, demand for HHS services go up, and in far greater proportion, I think, than that similar impact on any of our other departments, although I know there are similar impacts in public protection. But I guess some thought and scrutiny and brainstorming about that notion and some targets would be another innovative approach that we could take here at Placer that I think would serve us well over time.
The budget and financial policy does outline both the target related, or a target related to the general fund reserve, which is a 5% target. We're here shy of that currently, based upon having emerged from the downturn, but have made some progress over the past 2 years. In addition to that, it does reference other reserves in the county that have value or where there may be some counter-cyclical approach. The one that you referenced related to HHS is one. There are others that are in there as well. Those don't have a specific target spelled out in the way that the general fund reserve has, as they haven't been treated as broadly as the general fund reserve has been in the past, but certainly something to be considered as we move ahead.
I think there were several reoccurring themes today, which we've heard last budget cycle, certainly succession planning. To a heightened degree, the impacts of state and federal programs that are coming down on the county, which in turn leads to increased staffing that's related to both of those items. So I think that's the priorities that we have to really look at and see where we're going to be able to stretch our resources in the post-depression economy. And that concludes our meeting, unless there's anything else or issues that need to be talked about. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate everybody's cooperation and bringing forward to a productive work program. Thank you. You're adjourned.